we've all battled this COVID situation around the world together, right? And it's taught us that the world is a lot smaller and that we can use technology to connect directly to the rest of the world instantly. And seeing you guys here and knowing that we're doing this we're doing this in a hybrid mode where certain people are watching from us around the region, and seeing you guys here physically, it gives me good feelings. Because what it's done is it shows, first of all, we're getting past these challenges of COVID. But second, what it's teaching us is that we can learn how to adapt and utilize technology to our advantage. You know, for such a long time, we all thought, oh, we have to, the best kind of education or teaching has to be in person. Don't get me wrong, I love seeing you guys here in person. But what it has taught us is that we can adapt. And the second part, the second thing that I know that we have in common, that's all of our responsibilities in order to make our sustainability goals throughout the world. And the same lesson that we learned as far as COVID taught us, that we can adapt, that we can change, we can use technology to help us out, is the very same thing that you out there learning, us together, must adapt and lead the way in adapting for our sustainability goals. I see those things very, very clearly in common. So listen, I'm a massive advocate for education, obviously. And I have to say, you young people here, you guys are leaders. You're forcing your ability to learn and educate yourselves is a very, very thing that will help us assure that our planet, that our world is taken care of. So I welcome you here to AIT. Those that are on camera, listen, you're just a part of this family or this program as those that are sitting right here. But learn, and when you learn, bring it back and teach us. Teach everyone why we need to have, why it's so important for us to have, to push towards our global sustainability goals. And I'm so grateful that you guys are here. And before I leave, I'll make sure that I pop my head back in again, because I'd love to connect with all of you that are actually here physically. And again, just thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Yes. So now we can also have Chris on the screen, so that Chris can sit there. And the next speaker is the main persons, not speaker, but the persons is the main persons of UNEP, and who really take lead in advocating the circular economy application in infrastructure at large, is Mr. Cheng Cheng Kuen. So I would like to have Mr. Cheng Cheng to give opening remark of this in class or hybrid things for today, and then kick the momentum for the next today and the next day to come.
Well, good morning, and everyone here, and good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are connecting online. Thank you very much for joining our event. So welcome to those who have just joined today, and welcome again to those who have joined since day one of our event. So thank you very much, Dr. Christopher, for this very engaging welcome remarks. I would like to also say a few words to appreciate our appreciation for your participation today. We are now experiencing the three planetary crises, namely the climate change, the biodiversity loss and ecosystems degradation, and pollution and waste. And this crisis in Asia and the Pacific is particularly severe. On climate change, the year 2020 is the hottest year on record. The sea level rise in Asia and Pacific is much, much larger than global average. And the monsoon season has been unusually active, leading to landslides and floods. On biodiversity, 60% of the grasslands in Asia and Pacific has degraded, leading to the loss of flora and fauna. And 25% of the local species in Asia and Pacific has been threatened. And on pollution, 8 out of the 10 most plastic pollution rivers are in Asia. So these are a few numbers that I would like to share. So many of these crises have been caused by the massive buildup of infrastructure in Asia and the Pacific. Here, we can share a few more data that over half of the global resource extraction demand are driven by the massive expansion of unsustainable infrastructure in Asia and the Pacific. And it has contributed to the largest share of climate change globally. Resource extraction caused by unsustainable infrastructure construction has led to 80% of global biodiversity loss and water stress, and not to mention on pollution. Throughout the whole life cycle of infrastructure, the unsustainable consumption and production activities can lead to various forms of pollution. And all these crises have a hidden cost. On climate change, in Asia and the Pacific, it has led to loss of thousands of people in 2020 and the displacement of millions of the others. And it has cost hundreds of billions of US dollars by climate change alone. Air pollution caused by unsustainable infrastructure construction has led to air pollution in this region. And globally, air pollution has caused 6 to 9 millions of premature deaths. And the economic cost of air pollution accounts 1% of global GDP. And another example is traffic jam. Here we are in Thailand, and we all know traffic jam can be a very difficult situation in Bangkok. And it has caused not only waste of time, but also money. So here are a bit of other numbers that in the US alone, it costs 88 billions every year and 107 billion US dollars in the EU. So combined in US and EU alone are almost 200 billions every year. So all of these are associated with unsustainable infrastructure. And we would like to create an environment that sustainable infrastructure can develop more. And circular economic models offers a solution to decouple this massive resource extraction, waste generation, and other associated planetary crises on climate change, on ecosystems degradation, and biodiversity loss. So it can enable the closed material loop of infrastructure throughout its life cycle and a number of other benefits. So a number of countries in Asia and the Pacific has already done a lot of great job. Some of our speakers in the past few days have shared very good examples and cases, how Japan, for example, has been working on low carbon transport sector. And in our report that I hope you had the chance to read, in China, the government has been developing green building, increase resource and energy efficiency. In Korea, they are collecting waste electric vehicle batteries and also the old solar panels to avoid further pollution of these sectors and accelerate the sustainable transition and to these sectors. So today, I'm sure that all the speakers here today that will share more good practices and the things that have been done and also the lessons learned. But I also hope that all of you can also share your experience so that this can truly become a very productive peer learning process.
Yeah.
So thank you very much again, and I very much look forward to the event today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheng Sheng, for your nice and encouraging message about how should we worry about the impact of the climate change and also many things in a big way, and how we would address that in different capacity in terms of the infrastructure. So thank you both, Dr. Chris and Mr. Sheng Sheng, for being here. Sheng Sheng will be around, and also Chris will be around too. We can also have lunch together if Chris has time. So now we are coming to the real show. All right. We will not need to have any introductions. We have been introduced for
3 days.
No, 36 hours, I think. Today is the day that we have to crack what is means by circular economy. I think we should help the policymakers in our countries to see the piece of jigsaw clearer. That is how we feel. You know, we have been talking about the circular meetings for 2-3 years, and now actually how to break this down into the things that can be also supporting the implementation and materialization into projects pieces there. So in the morning, before anything, we would have the speaker, the expert, to give you that information and thought about how one way of cracking this into the piece, and that so that we can digest and apply it. That will be the first one, which is a very longer term. The second will be on the how Thailand is moving forward as a case study of, you know, evolving the circular economy into different terms, which is BCG. So biocircular, circular economy, and green economy. So the case of how Thailand interpret the circular economy to be more implementable in Thai environments, that will be also sharing with you from one of the speakers. You will meet him and I will introduce him. And the next one before lunch, we have the speaker coming from the main planning commission in Thailand, which is NESDC, the National Economic and Social Development Council Office, to share with you what is the directions of the Thai government to appreciate the SDG, and how the Thai government would like to link this SDG into the BCG, into the sustainable, you know, environment and socials and economics there. So we have a person. So then after that we have lunch. Okay, you are all invited for lunch in AIT Center here. And after lunch we have a Zoom sessions by Dr. Ria Sinha. From advanced management development management studies from Terry from India. She will be coming here and sharing the perspective of financing, sustainable finance. So that is a bit of information that we would like to, you know, connect that piece of the jigsaw so that can be also clicked into the way that we should think. Dr. Ria is supposed to come before, but she was unavailable, so she's coming today, so no problem. And after Dr. Ria, approaching the late afternoon, a bit of afternoon, we have 2 case example. The one case example from the TISTA, which is the Thailand Institute for Scientific and Technical Research, which is one of the MOU partner with the AIT. They will share the experience on waste to gas, waste to energy there. And we have also another person coming from the geochemical PTT, Petroleum Authority of Thailand, coming to share about how the Petroleum Authority of Thailand is you know, shaping the program which related to sustainable developments and circular economy. So we have various case study, which is under the cracking that we are going to do it just a few minutes from now. And after that, I will see the time and try to run the group discussions again, both sides, the hybrid sides and also the face-to-face side. Let's see how it works, but it worked very well 2 days ago. We have a lot of raw materials to digest, and thank you for that. So without further ado, I have to start. I think we should start, and this session will be delivered by our senior and top researchers in the world, one of the top researchers in the world, as being the AIT alumni and also being the professors at the King Mongkut of Thonburi in Thailand. And having, since I know him, I know that Dr. Chabir Givali is very much in depth into the life cycle. So today he will help us to track that and link that into the circular economy. So from that other point of view, we believe that your life will be easier of thinking of the applications. Ajahn, please. Thank you so much.
So good day to everybody. I hope that I am audible. I presume I'm visible because I can see myself on the screen. And so I would like to give a brief introduction on life cycle thinking for a circular economy. So what is this life cycle thinking and how is it connected to a circular economy? Okay. So in the morning, we heard Mr. Sheng Cheng talk about the three planetary crises, and what I'm showing you now is somehow a bit related to that. So this is what we call the planetary boundary. So we look at various issues that are affecting our environment and how far are we, because Earth has a capacity to deal with all kinds of changes that happen there, but only to a certain extent. It's called the carrying capacity of the Earth. So if we stay within that carrying capacity of the Earth, then it's all right. But if we exceed the carrying capacity of the Earth, then problems start to happen. And one of the things that we have noticed in the recent years, we have been talking about climate change, right? And we are talking about the so-called 350 ppm and then 400 ppm and then 450 ppm thresholds, etc. And we seem to be moving closer and closer to all these thresholds. So first we said that we want to put ourselves at less than 1.5 degrees centigrade increase above the pre-industrial temperatures. And then we said, let's at least try to limit ourselves to less than 2 degrees centigrade and so on. So clearly we can see that there is a problem with this climate change issues. And that's something that you see over here. I don't know if I can have a pointer somewhere. Maybe this one here. But not only climate change, also if you look at the genetic diversity or called biodiversity, we are already in the red zone, which is kind of very high risk zone. Biochemical flows such as nitrogen and phosphorus are also in the red zone. The land use is in the yellow zone, which is also quite a risky zone, increasing risk. And I think we are not doing very well. The only good news over here is somewhat the stratospheric ozone depletion, which we have controlled. But other than that, mostly actually we are not doing very, very well. And all these things are somehow connected. So climate change influences the land use. Land use influences climate change. Land use influences biodiversity. And so everything is linked together. So we cannot look at one problem such as climate change in isolation. We have to look at all of these things together. It is very important for that. So that is why we need to have this holistic view. And that is what I'm trying to introduce to you today, what this holistic view is and what can we do about it. So before starting on circular economy, we need to see what is linear economy, which is what we are in right now. So the linear economy basically, there it is, it's a what we call the take, make, use, and throw economy. So we take good things from the environment, we extract materials and resources from the environment, we produce stuff, we manufacture products, we distribute them, we use them, and after we use them, we just throw them away at the end of life. So this is, we take good things from the environment and we put back bad things, yeah? And this is very typical of the linear economy. So it's linear, just flows in one direction. And okay, we have some laws in place to treat the waste before we discard it. So we have air pollution treatment, we have wastewater treatment, and so on. But from the point of view of the producers, etc., this is this so-called end of pipe treatment. That means at the end of the life, what we treat, the wastewater or the air, etc., that is simply money down the drain, because that is not very productive activity, right? You spend money to treat waste, but you don't get anything in return. Normally, when you produce something, you spend 1 million baht to produce a product, then you expect to get more than 1 million baht back, right? That would be profitable, right? But waste treatment is not profitable. But of course, anyway, you have to do that, because if you don't, then you are kind of against the law, and somehow you follow that. But that's not a very smart way to deal with this situation. So what can we do? So we talk about cleaner production. So what is this cleaner production? We try to reduce our resource use, try to use as less resources as possible to get the same amount of function, the same amount of product, yeah? We try to reduce our energy use. We try to reduce our emissions and waste. So this is cleaner production. This is a smart way. This is smarter than end-of-life treatment, because if we can increase our efficiency and produce less waste to start with, then we have to treat less waste. So it's a win-win situation for us. We produce less waste, we treat less waste, and we are more efficient. So all our resources are going into the product itself, which is what we want, rather than going into the waste, which is what often happens. So now, this whole thing, normally we start to focus on factories, etc., and try to reduce our resource use or energy use or emissions in the factory. But there is something outside the factory as well, which can be, in many cases, or most cases, if I may say, more important than what is happening in the factory itself. And this is where life cycle thinking comes into the picture. So when we talk about life cycle thinking, we look at the entire life cycle of any product, which starts from the extraction of waste, material production, product manufacture, distribution, use, and reuse, and end of life. So at every step, at every life cycle stage, we try to reduce our resource use, we try to reduce our energy use, we try to reduce emissions, try to work smart, yeah? So now already we are trying to come from a linear to a circular economy, but this is not yet circular, and I will explain to you in a little while from now why I say that this is not yet circular. But this life cycle concept is very, very important. And why is it important? So for example, since we are talking about infrastructure, I take the example of a building. Now, when we talk about improving a building, we may think about the materials that makes the building shell, yeah, the concrete or the steel or the glass or whatever else that makes the building. So now we said, okay, let us try to make eco materials or green materials or materials with less impacts for making this building. So it's a good idea. However, this is not yet life cycle. Why? Because as we saw in the previous slide, the life cycle consists of looking at the entire life cycle of the building, starting from the extraction of the raw materials, building the materials, making the building itself, using the building, and then demolition and end of life. Now, this use phase actually can be quite important in buildings, especially in countries such as ours, which have a lot of requirement for heating or cooling, rather. Heating is more in the European countries or in the temperate climates. So cooling, we have a lot of air conditioning requirements. Like over here, we have air conditioners, right? And that uses energy. So now coming back to our green materials, when you talk about green materials, if you just make a material which has less impact on the environment. But that material has a very, very important effect on the amount of energy that the building will use when having air conditioning, etc. So here you see over here we have a glass window. This glass is good for bringing in the light, but it is not very good in terms of protecting us from the heat. So the heat of the sun will also come from the glass along with the light. So we need the light, but we don't want the heat because we have to cool the room. The more heat we allow to enter into our room, the more air conditioning we will need, the more energy we will need, and the more impacts there will be. So this is what we call by life cycle thing. So it's not enough to have a material called glass, which has low impacts, but we also have to see the effect it will have on the building and the energy use of the building when it is in operation. So then maybe we want to cover the glass with some kind of a film to reduce the light or heat gain from the sun. Or we put Venetian blinds like we have over here. You see this? These blinds over here. That way we protect too much of the heat from the sun coming in, so we have less air conditioning requirements or cooling requirements. Yeah, so this is life cycle thinking, where we are looking at the entire life cycle of the building rather than just one part of the building to avoid problem shifting from one part to another point. So if we have materials which reduce the impacts, but then they use more energy during the use phase because they're not very good insulators, then that is not very smart, right? So we have to look at the entire thing if we want to make a good impact overall. Is it, am I not with? Okay, thank you. So that is why we need the life cycle. So here I would like to show you an example of this elephant. You see, everybody can see that this is a picture of an elephant, right? This is an elephant. So we have an elephant in the room, but you see on the picture, there are 6 people who have blindfolds. They cannot see that there is an elephant here. They can only feel different parts of the elephant. So somebody who feels the tusk of the elephant thinks that it's a spear. Somebody who is feeling the trunk of the elephant thinks that it's a snake. Somebody who's feeling the side of the elephant thinks it's a wall because very big, yeah? Or somebody who holds the leg of the elephant thinks that it's a tree trunk. But none of them is actually understanding that there is an elephant over there because they're not seeing it. They have blindfolds, right? And this is a very old story, but a very powerful metaphor for life cycle thinking. If we want to solve the problem, we have to see the elephant in the room. So that means first thing, before solving the problem, we have to look at the entirety of the problem and try to find an optimum solution for the entire problem rather than suboptimum solutions for different parts of the problem. Like we saw in the building, if we just look at the materials, we focus on the materials and try to reduce the impact of the materials, it may not be enough because even though we reduce the impact of the material, we may increase the impact during the use phase for air conditioning because the insulation of the material may not be very good. So that is why we need to look at the entire life cycle. And that means, please remember, if we want to solve the problem, we have to look at the entire elephant, not just one part of the elephant. So we have tools such as life cycle assessment, which look at the entire life cycle. So here you see we have resource extraction, manufacturing, packaging, use, the whole life cycle is there. And we look not only at just one impact like climate change, but we look also at carbon footprint is related to climate change. Yeah. But we also look at water footprint, ecosystem quality, etc., etc. Once again, we want to look at many impacts together because they are interrelated, and it should not be that while trying to reduce one impact, we increase another one, right? That's not very smart, yeah? We don't want to reduce one impact, but at the expense of increasing another impact. We want to reduce all the impacts. So to do that, we need to look at all the impacts together, not just one or two impacts. So this is the fundamental concept of life cycle. We look at all the life cycle stages to avoid problem shifting from one life cycle stage to another stage, like for the building materials we saw, and we look at more than one in all the impacts that are possible. We try to look at all of them to avoid shifting the problem from one impact category to another impact category. So when we look at a building, for example, life cycle, so we have resource extraction. So at that stage, we have energy use and resources extracted from the earth. Then we manufacture them. We have emissions of greenhouse gases and so on. We have construction, which uses energy. And then we have the use phase, which is a very important phase in the life cycle of the building, and so on. And then we have demolition and so on. So this is the entire life cycle of the building. And we have done studies to see, for example, for greenhouse gas emissions, we see that even though the manufacture of the materials, which is green, the green block over here of the piece of the pie, which is quite important, but the biggest one is the operation or the use phase of the building, this blue piece of the pie. And so that means that we need to focus on that quite some. So then we look at building materials. So this was some study we did in Indonesia. The previous one was from Thailand. And here we see that when we look at the various kinds of wall sections, these are wall sections, yeah? So we have bricks and plaster, and we have bricks, plaster, and an air gap. We have bricks, plaster, and bamboo sheets inside. So what we are doing basically is we're increasing the number of materials. So there is some investment initially, because now when we use more materials, we have to invest more resources. But in the longer run, when we look at the operation of the building, these extra materials that we add will save so much of the energy in the use phase that we will get back all the initial energy that we might have invested in adding the extra materials. And I'm saying energy, but the same thing holds also for the other impacts. So this is something that is very important. In financial terms, we call it payback period. Yeah, when you invest some money upfront and make gains during the entire life, which pays back the extra money that you paid upfront. In the same way, you may invest extra energy in the beginning when you add to these building materials, but overall you save during the use. The life of the building is quite long, right? It may be like 50 years or even more. So the amount of energy that you will use in the air conditioning, etc., during the life of the building is quite substantial. So if you make savings over there, the small amount of initial investment that you made in adding extra materials to the wall and so on will be easily paid back. And we did some studies like this, and we saw that the energy payback for many of these options are quite small, you see, in terms of years. So 0.7 years or 0.13 years, etc., which is very, very quick payback. And even in the terms of cost, the payback is, for 5 years or 2 years, etc. This 75 years is actually too much. We won't, that's not very useful, but at least these ones are quite low. And considering the life cycle of the building being 50 years, so that means the payback is sufficient for us to consider it profitable to invest in this additional thing in going for these walls with extra insulation. And that is very important. And this is something that I think we pay not much attention to, but we should. In European countries, etc., they pay a lot of attention to insulation because energy costs are very high. They have to pay a lot for heating their homes. So they are very, very careful about insulation. We are probably a bit less careful, but I think the awareness is increasing, and we are becoming increasingly more careful also with our insulation systems, and there is scope for increasing further. But the idea is that we look at the entire life cycle. So here you see that if you look at the initial one over here, the embodied energy, so-called embodied energy, or the greenhouse gas emissions, embodied greenhouse gas emissions are high, but then these are like this during the use phase. But if we have a so-called green building where we invest extra, we invested some extra to get some more insulation or other things in the building, but you see this one is much lower as compared to this red one over here. So ultimately we will save over the long run, which you see on this graph over here, that initially the green building has a higher embodied energy or higher embodied greenhouse gas emissions, but over time it pays back until around, I don't know how many years this would be, maybe 5 years or 10 years later, the green line comes below the red line, which means that after 10 years, now the materials have shown their effect, and the initial investment that we made in having extra materials is already paid back. And now the impact of the building is lower than the non-green building. Yeah. Let me give you an idea in terms of cost. Now, when we have to make a decision, I took this very simple example of light bulbs. Yeah. So first is an incandescent light bulb, that very traditional light bulb, which should actually be called a heat bulb because it produces more heat than light. 95% of the electricity that is used for the incandescent bulb is actually going out as heat, and only 5% as light. But we used it. But you see, it's quite cheap. The price is about $1. The fluorescent bulb, which is more expensive, double the price of the incandescent bulb, but it is much, much more efficient. the energy that the fluorescent bulb uses as compared to an incandescent bulb is only 20%. And an LED, a light emitting diode, is much, much more expensive, $8. But the energy that it uses is even lower than the fluorescent bulb. So then the question is, if I go to the market today and I have to make a decision which bulb I want to buy for my home, should I buy the one that costs $1? Should I buy the one that costs $2? Or should I buy the one that costs $8? Now, my initial reaction would be go for the $1 one. I can get 8 of them for $8, right? But that would not be a very smart decision because we should look at the life cycle. And I will show you why. So here, the price that you pay up front for an incandescent bulb would be $1, for a CFL would be $2, and for an CFL is fluorescent bulb, and for an LED would be $8. But the lifespan of an incandescent bulb is 1,200 hours as compared to a fluorescent bulb, which is 8,000 hours, as compared to an LED, which is 25,000 hours. So this is something that you should have considered, right? It is very important to consider. And then the power rating. For the same amount of light, what an incandescent bulb uses 60 watt of power. CFL uses only 14 watts and an LED uses only 10 watt. So now when we take these things, when we factor these into our calculation, which we should, then let's say that how many bulbs I need for providing light for 25,000 hours. I need 21 of these incandescent bulbs, only 3 of these fluorescent bulbs, and only 1 of the LED. So now suddenly when we look at the price, $1 times 21 is $21, $2 times 3 is $6, and 1 times $8 is $8. So already now the incandescent bulb has become the most expensive because I need many more for the amount of time that's going to operate. Then let's factor in the cost of electricity. So now, since the power rating of the incandescent bulb for a certain amount of light is much higher, we pay much more in terms of electricity. And so when you look at the life cycle cost, which is the total purchase price and the cost of electricity, then we see that the life cycle cost is totally reversed from the cost per bulb that we would normally observe when we went to the market. So here now we see that the LED is the cheapest. It's only $38 for the same amount of light, for the same duration of time. Yeah. And fluorescent bulb is slightly more expensive than an LED, but still much cheaper than an incandescent bulb. So using an incandescent bulb is not very smart for our pocket. And this is something that we should consider when we buy any product. So when you buy a car, for example, also you should consider not just the price of the car itself, but its fuel efficiency, because that fuel efficiency you're going to pay for the next 10 or 15 years that you will use the car. And that may be much higher amount than the initial price that you paid for buying the car. So this is something. And when you construct a building or when you buy a building, you should also look at its energy performance, not just the price that you have to pay upfront for constructing the building. This is extremely, extremely important. And in Europe, etc., Germany and so on, there are laws for this, that you have to provide this information. So I hope that in our countries also, we will look at these kind of things, which is very important, not just the price I have to pay today to construct the building, to buy the material and so on, but the amount that I will have to pay over the 50 years for operating it. And that can be very, very significant, and maybe even more significant than the price that I pay for upfront for constructing the building. So this is the life cycle. So now let's come to circular economy. Now we are ready for circular economy. Now you see, I've shown you this diagram before. It's the same diagram as before, but there is a slight difference. What is that slight difference? You see, I did not put the dotted line over here, because in reality, even then I forego the extraction phase, because I don't need to extract more materials, because I will use these materials and produce my product instead of throwing these materials into the landfill and mining materials. Yeah. Why is this happening? Now you can see my slides. So here you see, by recycling the materials, then we are somehow closing this gap, and we are closing the cycle. So there is a lot of promotion of recycling, and I say that recycling is quite good, but in the hierarchy of circular economy, recycling of materials is the last choice, the least preferable choice. Why? Because when you recycle materials, all the energy and resources that you invested in making the product from that materials is lost. You get back only the material, not the energy and resources that you invested in making the product. That is lost. But anyway, it is, of course, better than throwing it into the landfill. That is a total waste. So then what are the better ways? Before I go for recycling of materials, which I said is the last choice, what are the better ways? So I have this. I have reuse, repair, refurbish, remanufacture, and so on. So these kind of things we can do. We can reuse a product. I have a plastic bag, I use it more than once, use it as much as possible. I reuse this glass bottle. Yeah, so that is one way. Other is repair. So when I have a more complex product and it breaks down, instead of just throwing and buying a new product, like a television or an air conditioner, I may want to repair it. Yeah, or I want to refurbish it, or I want to remanufacture. So change parts of it, etc., and make it as good as new. But to make this happen, it does not happen on its own. And there we have to consider business models. So how this happens. When I was growing up many years ago, this was part of our life. Repair was the thing that we did. Once we bought a product, we bought a television, it's going to last us for many, many years. We are not going to throw it away very soon. We're going to repair it. Even a simple thing as a bicycle, we're going to repair it and keep using it for a very long time. But now we have somehow entered into use and throw society where materials have become very cheap and repairs have become expensive, and we say, oh, it is much cheaper to buy a new product after a few years than to repair the product. It makes more sense. But that mindset has to change, and along with that, the business models have to change. The current business model is, if I'm a producer, I produce a product, I sell it to you. Once I sell it to you, the ownership changes to you. Now I have nothing to do with this product anymore because it's out of my hand. My deal was, I will make the product and I will sell to you. Once I sell it to you, now it's yours, your baby. You handle it. I don't have anything to do with it. So I have no responsibility towards it. So how to change this? And that is why I'm not interested in repairing. As a producer, I'm not interested in repairing. I want to sell more because my business model is working on selling you more. The more I sell you, the more profit I make. So how to change this mindset? But I don't want to say that producers should stop making profit. But if their profit depends on selling more product, then of course, they don't want to have a long life product. The phones, even though they're perfectly good, somehow they will run out of memory, the battery will go bad, etc., to induce you 6 months or 1 year or 2 years later to buy a new phone. Why? You should be able to use the phone for a much longer time. It has many rare and precious materials inside it. It's so expensive. But still, the company is engaged in selling you because they want to sell you product. If they don't sell you more product, if they sell you an iPhone and then you're going to use it for 10 years, so that company is not doing business. But if they make you buy a new phone I don't want to pinpoint any company for that matter. All companies are following similar practices. If they make you buy a new phone every year or every 6 months, then they make more profit. So how to change this business model then? One thing is to look at the ownership. If the ownership moves, for example, from the user to the producer, then things may change. So this is something that we call, for example, product as a service. Yeah. So you don't sell a product, but you sell a service. So this model has been tried. A very classic example is of the photocopy machine by Xerox. So normally when you buy a photocopy machine, you buy the machine, you pay the price and you bring it to your office and then you use it as you want. At the end of its life, you don't know what to do with it. Maybe you try to throw it away. But if the company does not sell you the machine, but they lease you the machine, but they charge you for making photocopies. So they will still put that machine in your office. You will have that machine in your office. You can make photocopies whenever you like, but you don't own the machine. The ownership of the machine is still with the company. So then the company has an incentive to keep repairing the machine, to refurbish it, etc., because it belongs to them. And the longer it lasts, the more photocopies you can make with it, and the more money they will get because they get money per photocopy, not money for selling the machine. So you see now with this slight change in business model, the company is induced to make a longer life product, something that lasts longer, something that can be repaired, can be refurbished, so that they don't have to manufacture a new product, because their business is happening because by the amount of photocopies that you make, not by the amount of machines that you buy, in a very simple way. So this is something that is important if you want to make this circular thinking, circular economy work. So when we look at recycling, for example, I want to give you two small examples of recycling. So this is recycling of aluminium. Aluminium, probably all of you or most of you know, is produced from an ore called bauxite, from which you produce alumina, and then you have smelting, etc., and you make aluminum ingots, and then you roll it, make the sheets, etc., and make the beverage cans like the Coca-Cola or something like this. Yeah, this process over here is extremely, these three, bauxite extraction, aluminium refining, alumina refining, etc., is extremely energy intensive. It uses an electric arc and a lot of energy. So, but when you use the can and you throw it away, and then you produce a new can from it, you have to remelt. So remelting the aluminum can also requires energy. So it's not free, okay? But the amount of energy that you require for remelting is far, far lesser than this one over here in the initial upstream of the bauxite extraction and alumina production, etc. So then recycling the aluminum is a very smart idea. So now we are looking at the entire life cycle, right? So if you look at that, we did some very simple calculations. So if you use a virgin aluminum and threw it in the landfill, this would be your emissions of greenhouse gases, 267 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalents. Of course, there are many assumptions, etc. I'm not going into the details. But if you were to use 100% recycled aluminum, you would reduce your emissions of greenhouse gases by 2/3. From 270, it became 90. That's a 67% reduction, 2/3 reduction. So recycling of the aluminum cans is an extremely good idea. But sometimes, but see, now what I'm trying to show you is that we have to look at the whole life cycle to get this concept. Now let's look at another recycling of glass. Glass, probably you know, is made from sand, from silica. We have to melt sand. For that, we have to raise the temperature to more than 2000 degrees centigrade, and then a glassy material is formed. And then we have the blow molding, etc., to make the glass bottle. Now, if we have to recycle the glass bottle, we have to transport it. Glass is quite heavy, so transportation requires a lot of resources and energy. And then you have to remelt it. To remelt the glass, you have to raise the temperature again to 2000 degrees centigrade. So for making new glass, you have to raise the temperature of sand to 2000 degrees centigrade. To remelt the glass, you have to raise the temperature to almost like 2000 degrees centigrade. So the benefit that you get from this recycling can be quite less. And especially if you have a lot of transportation, then your benefits reduces. So in this case, so when we look at the life cycle, we see this kind of a picture. But on the other hand, if instead of recycling, we reuse the glass, this loop on the top over here, then we have to, of course, wash it and pasteurize it, etc., to make it, to disinfect it. But we don't have to heat it to 2000 degrees centigrade, yeah, to remelt it. So we save a lot of energy. So in that case, reuse would be a much better, much preferable option. And once again, I just show you some very simple numbers based on many assumptions. So if you use virgin glass and you throw it in the landfill, your emissions are 186 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent for 1000 liters of beverages. If you recycle the glass, you have savings, but they are quite modest. If you remember, for the aluminium, we saved about 2/3. This is only about 1/3. Yeah. But if you reuse the glass 20 times, look how much you have saved. Your emissions have reduced to less than 10%. From 186, it's gone down to 13.5. So in this case, reuse is actually a much better option than recycling. So these kind of things we need to see in the life cycle perspective, so that we can make informed decisions rather than just going, oh, recycling is good, let's recycle. It's not always the case. We have to check and find out scientifically. Yeah. So now let me give you an example of this business model that I talked about. So we did a study on prams, you know, which is the strollers for babies. Yeah. So pram also have a life cycle. We have all the materials to produce. We produce the pram is transported, we carry the children in the pram. Normally, when we buy a pram from the market, we use it for 3 years. After that, the child outgrows the pram. Yeah. And then we're going to keep the pram in the attic for God knows how long. Or if we have another child, we could use it. Or we may give it to our friend or our family or our neighbor. Or we just keep it. Yeah. On the other hand, we could also rent prams. So in that case, we are not buying the pram, but we are renting the service of the pram. So the company owns the pram and we just use it. We just lease it. So how does that work in terms of environment? So we look at four categories: climate change, fossil depletion, metal depletion, water depletion, which are very important. But I will show you the example for only one. For climate change, the others follow a similar trend. So just in the interest of time, I will show you one. But I've given the reference of this paper, which you can see the whole study if you're interested. So here you see that if we use the pram for 3 years, the life of the pram is 6 years. We use it for 3 years. After that, the child outgrows the pram. So then these are the emissions. But if 50% of the times we were to use the pram for 6 years, either by using it for our child or giving it to somebody else who has a child, our friend or anybody in the neighborhood, then our impacts would reduce like this. If all the prams that we purchased, we made sure that all of us made use of them for 6 years according to the life of the pram and not just 3 years, then the impact would reduce even further. And how about renting? For renting, you see that a lot of impacts occur because of the cleaning and transportation. Here, this green bar and the gray bar. And that is happening because the companies, when they give you the pram, they have to do a lot of frequent cleaning. When you buy a pram, you don't clean it very often. You only clean it if your baby spills something on it or something like that. Otherwise, you're just fine with it. But if you rent a pram from a company, you always worry. Did they give me an infected pram? Will my baby get infected or not? So to assure you, the company has to provide good service. They will, every 3 months, they will take the pram back and go for heavy cleaning, even though in reality, the cleaning may not be required, but so that you feel assured that, no, my baby is in the pram, which is very safe, they will do this. And that is why these impacts increase. But you see from the ownership model 1, where you use the pram for only 3 years and just keep it, the rental is better. But even if 50% of the times the prams are used for 6 years and 50% of the times they're used for 3 years, still the rental option is better. Only if you buy the pram and everybody makes sure that the pram will be used for 6 years, then the impact will be lower than the renting option. So this is something that gives us ideas about how to make decisions. Yeah, even for a circular economy model, looking at the life cycle and using tools such as life cycle assessment. So, I mean, then, okay, if I have some, I don't know how much time I have remaining, I just want to. Excellent. So let me talk a little bit about eco-labels and to come back to circularity. So eco-labels, generally, I mean, when we want to say that the product is circular or not, a product is environmentally friendly or not, we you know, everybody, like a consumer, a normal person does not now go and do assessments, right? We can't do that. But if somebody does the assessment for us and then puts a label on the product, then we can be assured that, okay, somebody has done the thing properly and they have put this label. So now I'm concerned about the environment and I want to buy a product which is environmentally friendly. So this label can give me assurance, especially if it is third-party verified, etc. So you can have a type 1 label which has multiple criteria, and it does not require life cycle assessment, but is based on life cycle consideration. So in Thailand, we have Chalak Kiao, or the green label of Thailand. It's a very old label, almost 25 years old. If I remember, it's I think from 1995 or 1993, etc. And then we have type 3 labels, which are the environmental product declarations, where we do an entire life cycle assessment for them. And then there are also type 2 labels, which are self-declarations. The company declares by itself that, hey, our product or this particular product of ours is very good. Of course, that has the caveat emptor, you know, buyers beware. You may or may not trust that, right? Because the company themselves are saying our product is good. Yeah, of course, it's your product, you said it's good. How do I trust you? But sometimes companies such as SCG or other big companies who have already established their reputation in the market, when they say that this product of ours is having certain properties which are friendly for the environment, you may want to trust them because they have a good name in the market. And here, this company is saying so, they must be telling the truth because they are such a reputed company and they care for the environment, they care for people, etc. So these kind of things are there. Now, this label, I think many people, those of you who are in Thailand must have surely come across this label. It's not exactly an environmental label, it's an energy label, number 5, issued by EGAT, the Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand. So here it gives you the electricity that is used, and this is related to the life cycle cost example I gave you for the electric bulbs a little while ago. So they also tell you the baht that you will use per year. So when purchasing any air conditioner, refrigerator, or such washing machine, etc., you look for this label because you know that it's not only the price that you pay for the product, but they also tell you the price that you will pay for the electricity for using that product. So it's kind of a life cycle costing, and that gives you a very good information, something that you would not calculate by yourself, but they give you that information. And that is why this label has become very, very popular and people use it very often. You will see it very often also. There are other labels such as carbon labels, etc. I have less time, so I'm not going to that. But yeah, we are very good at labeling. We love labels, and we are the first to do this label and that label, etc. But today, I will not go into details in the interest of time. But recently, we have launched the first circularity label. This is the first one in the world, a national label called Circular Mark. Okay, and building materials are also included in that. So we have 5 sectors that are covered in the label: agri-food products, building materials, plastic products, packaging products, and fashion and lifestyle products. So we did pilot studies with 30 companies and I think 376 products, and the label was launched last month in May. Yeah, it was launched with a lot of fanfare, etc. And so now we have the first circularity label in the world in Thailand. Yeah, and the criteria are something like this. Once again, okay, so we have circular design. We look at all these criteria and go through all documentations of the companies, etc., to see that how much. And I did not show you the points over here. That's not the purpose of the presentation today, but all of these criteria carry points. So there is a total of 100 points, which you have to earn from all these 5 categories, and then there are subcategories within the categories, and the companies have to go through this. So you see, you have circular design, you have to improve your production process, you have the circular economy system, you have the circular business model, etc., the business model canvas, and so on. How much you inform the users, and at the end of life, do you have EPR activities like extended producer responsibility, etc. So then when you meet all these criteria, then you can apply for this label, and then you can claim circularity for your product. So then people who are environmentally aware and want to choose products based on their environmental preference may want to look at these things. Yeah. So in the end, I would just like to say, please, when you think of anything, look at the whole picture, remember the elephant. Okay. And there are many tools, life cycle for sustainability assessment. There's life cycle assessment for environmental assessment. There's life cycle costing for economic assessment. There's social life cycle assessment for social assessment, because you know that sustainability has 3 pillars: environment, society, and economy. So for all these, we have life cycle tools. If you want to read more about it, this paper is free for download. I think I will leave the slides for you so that the organizers can later on distribute to you, and you can have the slides with you. Okay. So with that, I would like to end. This is just a few words about my school. These are some of the researchers that work with me. So we have quite a big team of researchers working together. And these are the things that we focus on. Yeah, energy systems, competitive use agricultural products, biorefineries, transport, buildings, sustainable development indicators, and all these things we do research on my lab at the Joint Graduate School of Energy and Environment in King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi. It's on the other side of town, 60 kilometers from AIT. Okay, and okay, so just this is some of our members. I think a couple of them are sitting here somewhere, but we have many more. So with that, I would like to say thank you, and I don't know if there's time for questions or something like this, but I'm available. Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Giwala. Any questions from the floors here? Yes, and then we also welcome 2-3 questions also from the Zoom.
Okay, good morning. My name is Bu Emmanuel Samdong. I'm from the government department of Mines, Industrial and Technological Development from Cameroon. I'm in AIT. I'm studying sustainable energy transition. I want to especially thank the professor for this wonderful presentation he has done this morning. But then what my worry is usually if we look at the life cycle thinking of this circular economy, how can we really translate these ideas into something effective, looking at innovation, looking at technology advancement, looking at life cycle, because of course, almost everyone, sometimes you buy something that you don't even need, usually because you have the money. So all these between different social groups of persons, people of maybe poorer community don't prefer to repair because they don't have an option. So how can we change this? The business model too is good, but there's high competition between companies. So the company will not say, so how can we really translate this, looking at the way the world is advancing, the speed of technology? I think this also is a big challenge that we really need to look at, which you pointed one of the solutions as translating, looking at service, like from product to service. So I really want to maybe, if you could give more clearer idea, how can we effectively translate all this, looking at all this complexity? Thank you.
Thank you. I think you have asked a very pertinent and a very good question. That is something that I would maybe like to speak 1 hour on, but maybe I will speak for a few minutes. Everybody's getting worried, especially Dr. Goravec is getting worried when I said speak for 1 hour. But the thing is, technological innovation and what you mentioned about that, yeah, I have money, I want to buy stuff, and why not? And that is, yes, very important. So it leads to 2 very important points that I get out from what you said, and which I should have mentioned, but I didn't. So thank you. I will now mention them. One is sustainable consumption. Without sustainable consumption, I will put my money on it. Without sustainable consumption, no matter how much you advance your technology, you will not be able to think. You can do what you want. And this is a problem. And that is related to lifestyles. People, when we talk about changing lifestyles, people get very worried because people feel that, oh, do I have to go and live in the forest and not have development? Is that what it means? No. It does not mean that you have to live in the forest and give up all your comforts. No. But you have to consume sustainably. If you don't consume sustainably, no matter how much we increase technology, no matter how much we increase efficiency, we will always have the problem of overshoot. It's called the so-called Jaiwan's paradox. Jaiwan's noticed 200 years ago that as the efficiency of coal utilization increased, though we would expect that with more efficient utilization of coal, the use of coal would reduce, right? Because we're using it more efficiently. But history shows us that with the increase in efficiency of coal utilization, the utilization of coal increased. Why does that happen? Because when we increase the efficiency, the price is reduced, the applications increase. So even though per unit of production, the coal use decreased, but overall, because the production increased so much that the per total production, the amount of coal use increased. And this is the problem. As I say, you have better technology. Now flying has become much cheaper, maybe not in COVID times, but flying has become cheaper, so people are flying all the time. 50 years ago, not many people were flying. It was expensive, but now it's so cheap. I was talking to my student yesterday. He is in Germany right now, and there is a promotion that within Germany you can fly from any part of Germany to another part for €9. Flying is the most polluting form of transportation. Train is far, far better. But when you sell a ticket for €9, do you think people will fly or they will take the train? You see? So, and the point coming back to your point, and that is that unless we inculcate this sustainable consumption into our daily life, technology alone cannot solve the problem. I don't mean to say that we should not increase efficiency. Of course we should. We should have better technology. We should. But it has to be coupled with sustainable consumption. We need to consume sustainably, or else we will have the problem of overshoot. Yeah, the rebound effects, so-called. You are in sustainable energy transition, so I'm sure that you will have to study rebound effects. I hope I have been somehow partly in the short time able to address your concern.
Any question from the participant from Zoom? And in the room here, any other? Okay, so if not, thank you very much, Professor Shmir, for your time today, and also to enlighten us and break it down into a very good misinformation so that we can digest later, especially which is related to the technical part, and try to form this into the big picture so that we can be clear what we have to do and also what we have to recommend and so on and so forth. And we are looking forward to have connection with your team. And when we see the last slide, we already have seen that the university already break it down into different pillars of research. That I think that is a good opportunity for AIT as well, perhaps to work with the researcher team over there. So big hands again to Professor. But he is speaking Thai very clear, and also been teaching Thailand so much, so that's why I consider that he is really international person. Thank you so much. So now we are actually here. We are going to take a break, but in fairness to the Zoom participants, we are not taking a break now. We have to hide taking a break because you have your own coffee. 34 people here and only just less than half of you, so we should not take a break. So we have to continue. Here we can take coffee anytime. All right. So we will continue with the next speaker. And the next speaker will be coming from the NESDC, the National Economic and Social Planning Commissions of Thai government, and we would like to welcome Dr. Fatima. She is working closely with the Deputy Secretary General of the NESDC, Planning Commission in Thailand. And part that is Dr. Fatima is responsible for is to make Thailand be very conscious of how to apply the SDGs and security to the policy, so that the Prime Minister can instruct everybody to move forward. And one of that is also the BCG, which is the fellowship there. So welcome you to the sessions. Please be patient, wait for a while. So we have a fixing this hybrid board of presentations. for those who have been already here, if you don't have any other business, please stay until the end. We request because we would like to get also input from in-person inputs on the discussion and also from the Zoom there. And we are very humble for your participation, so that's why we would like to give away certificates of participation at the end of the day. I know that that's not the purpose that we are having, but you know, this is a thank you for giving ideas. Something that's very serious, at least in my mind. I don't know how to do it yet, but we have a good network, and we might give a good chance to be flexible to of practitioners. So I'm just thinking of since we already here there, so that is an opportunity to have some entry points that we can go and do something there and something along this line. We do have a clear entry point. Let's see how we can do it further. Okay, so now the floor is yours, Dr. Fatima, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the organizer to inviting me to this event. It's my pleasure to be here. First of all, I would like to say I'm so sorry for wearing green. I didn't know that there will be a green screen behind me. So for the participants attending online, I'm so sorry. I hope it's not terrifies you that you can see like only my face.
No,
it's like
a movie star now.
okay, all right, that's good.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so in the next 20 minutes, I will be talking to you about the plans. So it sounds like boring, right? Because most of the time planning is always boring. But I still think it would benefit you to hear from us that what Thailand is currently doing and what we are planning to do in the next few years. So yeah, let's start. So I would like to start with the structure of the plans in Thailand so that you can see like how we structure all the institutional planning and everything, including the circular economy and low carbon society strategies. So we, after we adopt the 2017 Constitution, Thailand is now having 3 levels of the plans. The first level of the plans is the 20-year national strategy. So this is like an overarching direction of the country for long-term development. It's 20 years because we would like to focus on like some kind of development issues that can be addressed by short-term frames. So that's why we need to have longer-term development, which is the national strategy goals. So basically, we focus on like, we try to move from upper middle income country to higher income country and have less inequality and also concern about environmental sustainability as well. It's quite an ambitious goal. So that's why we need to have the second level plans. So basically the second level plans is like we try to translate the national strategy into more actionable plans. So for the second level plans, we have 4 plans right now. The first one is the master plans. So it's kind of like all the cross-cutting issues that national strategy mentioned in the plan. So we put it into more like actionable development agenda. Right now we have 23 master plans. The next second level plan is country reform plans. So it's basically the plans that try to unlock all the binding constraints that the country is facing. The third one, and this would be our focus right now, is the National Economic and Social Development Plan. And I will talk to you about this plan in details in later slides. And the last one is National Security Plan. So it's mainly all about like to prevent and suppress threats to national security. So that's all the second level plans. We also have the third level plans. So the third level plan is like the projects and plans that government agency have in order to accomplish government missions. So it's the lower level of the plans. So for example, this plan is like the roadmap, or it can be action plan of government agency. The regional development plan, provincial development plan is also falls into this third level plan. And BCG plan of Thailand is categorized as the third level plan as well. So let's see what is the National Economic and Social Development Plan. So right now we are under the 12th plan, and by the end of this year, the end of calendar fiscal year, we are going to implement the 13th development plan already. So you are among the first group to hear from us what we're going to focus on the 13th plan. So I try to make it more like exciting for you, but no, we have been talking about this a lot. So the differences of the first 12 plan and the next plan is that for the first plan until the 12th plan, it's kind of more like comprehensive plan. So basically we put all the development agenda into that plan, because before the national strategy, national economic and social development plan is the only plan we have. So we have all the development agenda there, like ranging from economic policy to sustainability policy, inequality policy, education policy, all in this National Economic and Social Development Plan. But here, for the next plan, which we are going to implement this year, will be different. Because right now we have the structure of the plans, right? You remember we have 3 levels of the plans. And among the second level plans itself, we have like 4 second level plans already. So that's why the 13th development plan needs to be distinguished from other plans. So we plan to make this plan to be like indicative and prioritized. In this 13th plan, we will put only what we are going to use this as national priorities on national agenda in the next 5 years, ranging from 2023 to 2027. So let's see what's going to be in the 13th plan. So first of all, the objective of the 13th plan. So I think many of you may have heard a lot about the word VUCA world, right? The country and also the world is now facing various significant changes, all uncertainty, vulnerabilities, complexity, and everything. And this is going on a very large scale and continue to be going like for years and years to come. So that's why we think only the gradual change, like just change by step to step, is not enough anymore. So that's why we need to transform our country. We need like a big hit, a big transformation to the country. Transform towards what? Toward more progressive society, sustainable and value-creating economy. And what do we mean by these beautiful words? First, we want to change from the economic development that exploit too much of natural resources to economic development that is more technological and innovation driven. The second is like we want to keep pace with global dynamics, right? To be more resilient with all the changes, crises that we may face in the future. And we also like to empower our people to their full potential, because human development is the core of all development agenda. The last one, we would like to care more about environmental sustainability. We cannot only exploit natural resources in order to boost up economic growth any longer. Therefore, guiding principle that underpin the 13th plan. The first one is philosophy of sufficiency economy. So basically, we use the concept of balanced development from this principle. What do we mean by balanced development? First, we would like to balance between self-reliance and country competitiveness. We want to rely on our country, like not rely too much on trade and investment with other countries, because we learned from COVID-19 that when the crisis hit, and if we rely too much on other countries, countries may like face catastrophe and everything. But at the same time, because we are like small open economy, right, we still have to build up our competitiveness as well. So that's why we would like to balance between the two. We also would like to balance between urban and rural development. And most importantly, we would also like to balance between conservation of natural resources and economic development. The second concept that underpins the 13th plan is the concept of resilience. We would like to build immunity to our country, to cope with changes, adapt to changes, and transform to prosper even among all the changes we have. The third concept that we use when we formulate this 13th plan is Biocircular Green Economic Model, or BCG model. So basically, we would like to capitalize the country's strengths in biodiversity, cultural richness, minimize waste, and promote greener growth. And the last concept is, I think all of you already familiar with it a lot, is the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2013 agenda. We really like emphasize on the concept of leaving no one behind, and also pass on the good planets to the next generation. So that are the four main principles that we use as the guiding principle for the 13th plan. We also set 5 targets and 5 indicators to measure success of the 13 plans. We have 5 targets. The first one is to restructure our production towards innovation-based economy. So basically, we would like to change from natural resources exploitation to more innovation-based economy. And we are going to use GNI per capita as an indicator. I mean, when you heard about that, you may say like, oh, GNI per capita again, now it's come to GDP again, but well, indicator is never perfect. We just try to use like indicator to capture the most of it. And this is why we need to have other targets and indicators as well. And the second target would be on human development. And we're going to use Human Achievement Index as a measurement. The third one is to create a more open and fairness and just society. And we are going to use the gap in well-being between the top 1% and bottom 40% as a measurement. The fourth indicator is like directly related to what we are going to talk today is the transition to more sustainable production and consumption. And in this regard, we are going to use the greenhouse gas emissions that has to be like lower by 20% from BAU level as a measurement. The last one is trying to build capacity of the country to cope with all changes, risks, and to grab opportunities that may occur in the future. And in this regard, we're going to use the composite index that can reflect country resilience in healthcare system, climate risks, digital disruption, and government efficiency. So that's all the 5 targets and 5 indicators that we have set. To drive the targets that we set, we're going to have 13 things that we plan to do. So this 13 milestone is the 13 priorities that the government will focus in the next 5 years. We can categorize these 13 milestones into 4 development dimensions. The first development dimensions focus on the targeted manufacturing and service sectors. So basically, the first dimension is the growth engines that we would like to use to boost our economy, increase the skill of our laborers, and at the same time, not exploit too much of natural resources. So we have 6 high value agriculture and process agriculture, and sustainable tourism, electric vehicle, medical and wellness hub, regional strategic gateway for trade and investment and logistics, because we have invested a lot during the 12th plan. And the last growth engine is digital and smart electronic industry hub. So that's the category of growth engines. We have 6 milestones. For the category of the socioeconomic opportunity and equity, we have 3 milestones that we would like to achieve by the end of the next 5 years. First is to improve the capacity of SMEs. The next one is to try to build more livable, safe, and sustainable areas and cities. And the last one is try to address inequality between individual and household by trying to cutting the vicious cycle of poverty since the beginning. So we would like to address the intergenerational transmission of poverty and improve our social protection system. The third category, and this is the category that we will be focusing in the next slide, is natural resources and environmental sustainability. The 10th milestone is the one that I would like to talk to you in details today. It's the circular economy and low carbon society. This is also the priorities that the government would like to achieve in the next 5 years as well. Another milestone under this category is to reduce risks and natural disaster that may occur from climate changes. The last category, it's more like enablers. Without these 2 milestones, we don't think that other milestones would be success. The first one is to improve capacity of our human capital. And the last milestone, and one of the most important one, is try to transform our government to be more modern, more effective, and more capable to respond to citizen needs. You can see that the 10th milestone on circular economy and low carbon society is one of the priorities of the government in the next 5 years, right? So let's see why it is one of the national priorities. So this is the situation that happened and kind of justify why this issue is very important. First, I think you may have already known a lot of this and heard a lot of this, that economic development in Thailand in the past, we exploit too much of natural resources. So that's why in the next step, we would like to focus more innovation-driven economy than exploitation economy. The next one, the next reason is that human activities related to consumption and production increase a lot of waste and pollution, and that is beyond the capacity of the ecosystem to manage it. Plus, the increasing economic activities and also new lifestyle that people tend to order food, delivery, home, and use a lot of plastic. Also increase a lot the amount of waste a lot, especially plastic waste, technological waste like car battery or any other battery that we use in electronics equipment, and of course infection waste like masks that we have used a lot of it during the past 2 or 3 years, right? So this is the issue that is coming up. It's going to be a lot more challenging in the next few years. Another problem that the country have is PM2.5 dust. That happens a lot in the big city, like in Bangkok or in Chiang Mai, and it exists the standard level every year, and it's one of the most important problem with air pollution that we have right now. Regarding the greenhouse gas emission, we emit less than the expected, but still at the very high amount. In 2016, there were around 342 million tons that GHG emissions happened. And most of it came from energy use and transportation. So that's why the direction of the country is to focus to lower this emission rates at these two part, which is energy and transportation sectors. So to trying to achieve the goal with reducing the GHG emissions, the government already commit in the COP26 conference that we're gonna reach the carbon neutrality by 2015 and achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2065. So this is a very ambitious goal, but we already commit at the international conference with all the leaders from all the countries there. So that's why we need to like really commit to this goal and try to formulate the plan how to achieve that goal. And this is what we are going to do in the next 5 years, trying to achieve what we have commit and lower all the waste and everything to make country more livable and can pass on the good finance to our next generations. So for the 10 milestone that Thailand would like to reach the circular economy and low carbon society, we set 3 targets to achieve this goal. The first one is try to unlock the value of circular economy so that all the production sector, service sector, incentivized to join the circular economy uptake activities. Second is to ensure sustainable conservation, restoration, and utilization of national resources. Of course, we still need economic development, so we cannot only conserve natural resources, but we need to try to find a way to use it at like its most efficient way. The third target is try to build a sustainable and low carbon society. I heard from previous presentation that the most important thing is sustainable consumption, right? This is like one of the things that we would like to focus in this serving plan as well. And how can we achieve these 3 targets? We have 5 strategies to do so. The first one is to promote industry and services based on circular economy. So in this regard, we plan to like support technology, innovation, and everything that can minimize waste. And we will promote green investment, maybe like incentivize private sector to launch more green bonds and everything that all the stakeholders can join us in doing this. The second one is to raise incomes of local communities and farmers. Local community is a big part of changing this, of transforming the country to circular economy. So without local people, we cannot accomplish it. So that's why we need to have one strategy focusing on this. So what we're gonna do with them is trying to like promote more waste management at the community level and support the carbon credit market so that they can earn something from like planting and contribute to the lower GHG emission. We also plan to engage them to other activities related to the circular economy and low carbon society. The third strategy would be on like improve resource efficiency, which is very important. Develop technology, innovation, and supporting mechanism. In this regard, we plan to like build a connection, networking with high skill labor, international experts from abroad to help us on technological development, innovation, and everything, because we know that we need help in terms of technical support from other countries as well. And the last one is to promote behavioral changes for a new sustainable lifestyle. Maybe we can have less plastic use or less technology waste if we can change behaviors of our people. So that's all about that's all about the 13 plan and what we would like to focus when it comes to circular economy and low carbon society. Another thing that I would like to talk to you is SDG implementation. I think it's interesting for you to know that what Thailand have been done so far and plan to do in the next few years regarding the sustainable development goals. Well, the reason that I think SDG is important when it comes to circular economy is that we can see that SDG is very much related to circular economy. There are goals that strongly benefits from circular economy practice and goals that also facilitate the uptake of circular economy practice. So when we implement SDG, we also like indirectly and directly go towards circular economy as well. So that's why I think it's maybe nice for you to see what Thailand has been done and plan to do with SDG implementation. So for the SDG implementation, we are now having Thailand's SDG roadmaps. We do it like very seriously. We take SDG seriously. So there are 6 areas of SDG roadmaps that we are going to implement SDG. So the first area is to raise awareness of all the stakeholders. So in this regard, we try to ensure that all stakeholders and also people and everyone that related to the implementation of SDG and also like and even Thai people, local people, and all people living in our country knows about SDG and realize the importance of implementing SDG. Key example includes knowledge management. We try to identify the gaps. Where is the gap that we need to fulfill in order to accomplish the goals of the SDG? And also use public communications to communicate with all the stakeholders like, about the importance and what they should do with SDG implementation. So the first one is awareness raising. The second areas that we do in order to implement SDG is the policy coherence. You know, right? The first, I'm sorry. Okay, so the second areas of the roadmap is to integrate SDG into planning implementation. You can see from the slide that I showed at the very first page, right? That right now Thailand has 3 levels of the plan. So in order to make all the SDG implementation cohesive and integrated with the national planning. So we try to use SDG at all 3 planning levels, like all the contents and the goal of the SDG, we will consider and address it in all the planning that we have. Like when I talk to you about the principle of the 13 plan, like one of the guiding principle that we use is SDG, right? So this is the same, that we try to use the content of the sustainable development goals, the main idea, what they would like to focus into our planning to make sure that all efforts toward SDG is counted, integrated, and cohesive. The next area is to have institutional and coordination mechanism. So we established National Committee on Sustainable Development, and this is chaired by Prime Minister. So basically, this committee responsible for advance SDG policy and make it into more like national policy and translate into implementation. We also work with line ministry, such as international development partners, academia, private sector, public sector, and also local organization, academic institution, private sector at local levels in order to work on SDG together. So this is the institutional and coalition mechanism that we have to promote and implement SDGs. We even assigned each SDG goals and indicators to line ministry and ask them to be responsible for it in order to promote the sense of ownership and cooperation among concerned agencies. You can see that we are very serious about SDG implementation. The next one is for when the line ministry, government agency want to propose for the project, they have to answer one of the big questions that this project have to be in line with SDG and also in line with national strategy. So to make sure that all the planning at national level to the planning at agency level or even at the local level are all integrated and cohesive. This is one of the most important area. This is partnership. We cannot accomplish any goal without partner with other stakeholders. We also work a lot with private sector, civil society, youth, and also international development organization to implement the SDG, learn from them, also learn all the technical knowledge, implementation mechanism, and everything. So the last one, and also very important, is monitoring and evaluation area. So basically in Thailand, if you are a government agency and you would like to formulate or have a project, you have to report it to the central reporting system. We call this system like immense system. So you have to key out the information to this system. And the government will use the data, information that gained through this system to identify whether we have sufficient project and working direction towards the goal that we set, so that we have more evidence-based policy. So this is one of the channels that we use to monitor and evaluate SDG implementation. So to use data and information from immense systems. We also launched a report on Thailand SDG progress that we evaluate the progress toward SDG goals in all the 17 goals. This is the 5-year report, but we plan to do annual report as well, maybe on a large scale, but yeah, this is what we plan to do to see how progress we are in the past year and what we are going to do and what should we focus in the next 2 years in order to accomplish the SDG goals and national strategy that we set. And that would be it for my presentation. Is there anyone would like to discuss about any issue or ask questions?
From participants from distance, any comment or any questions? I had a question. I had a question for the benefit of the audience. This is related to implementations. Yet we know that Thailand at one point we use the sufficiency economy as a vehicle to achieve something on the ground. So when we are talking about circular economy, so this is very abstract for the farmers and for the industry to be understood what it is. So what is the next vehicle that the Thai is proposing to use as quick win strategies to make it happen?
You mean at the local level or?
At the local level and also maybe at the subnational level.
Quick win for implementing the SDG.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we believe, I mean, we have talked a lot among our organization and what would be the quick win. But when it comes to something that you really need to change behavior of people, we cannot really find a very quick win strategies. At first, we have thought about all the economic incentives like tax measurements or any other incentive measures to incentivize private sector or people at local level to change their behavior. But at the end, we think that changing behavior is not that like as easy like that we will launch like one tax policy that if or some kind of measurement that will punish people that create waste most will get us there. So that's why right now we try to work a lot with local organizations on changing the system and behavior for all the, I mean, since the local level to the policy level. For example, waste management is something that we think is very important and it sounds like very easy to do so, but it never happened in Thailand. Like we try to encourage people to separate waste properly, right? I did my PhD in the Netherlands. The laws and regulation there is like very rigid. If I separate waste improperly and wrongly, I will be fined. And that's the main reason. That's why I have to be very careful when I throw the waste in its trash, right? So laws and regulation have to be enforced. But at the same time, we would also like to create more like understanding and awareness to people as well. And it's not only like for people behavior and laws and regulation, but all the systems have to be in place. For example, if people like try to separate garbage collectly, but then when the company or when the city come and collect, they collect everything in one garbage bin. That's not gonna help, right? So that's why what we are going to do with the CE implementation is try to work on it like for the whole system. Since changing the behavior of people and have laws and regulation in place and improve all the system and make it like more structural change to transform it into like toward the goals that we set.
My next question, yes, I check it first.
So thank you very much, for this great presentation. So I am Chairman Sen from that. One team from my organization is also working. One team in my organization is also working very, very closely with the Std of Thailand project of the Department for Action on Green Economy. So Thailand joined partnership on Linkage very in recent years to work on green economy, and then COVID-19 started, and we have also tried to look at the efforts of Thai government to work on the green recovery. And we know that the Thai government has released a plan, 400 billion baht fiscal package for supporting the recovery of the country. And we see that most of the fiscal packages went to the rescue, and not many have gone to the recovery. And I wonder if, from the SDC perspective, what are the further plans to further accelerate the green recovery of Thailand, especially in relation to, to advance the circular economy agenda through national investments in different sectors and projects? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sheng Chen. Yes, you're right. I totally agree with you. At first, we hope that the money that the country spend and invest can build towards the future, right? But because the crisis is longer than we expected, and there are so many group of people that got affected from it. So that's why we have to prioritize on rescuing people first. Then our priority in the next 5 years is this 13 fund. So this is what we are going to do in the next 5 years. And we hope that this could make the country like bounce back better with cleaner growth. You can see from the growth engine that we put that it's more like try to concern a lot about environmental aspect. For example, we even have the electrical vehicle because we know that, yes, of course, first of all, it's all about the economic competition, right? But at the same time, we know that if we have domestic demands about electric vehicles, we will have like lower global GHG emissions, right? So that's one thing. So all the economics sector that we would like to drive in the next 5 years would be like very concerned about environmental aspect. Another thing, what we plan to do is on the 10 milestone to build more on circular economy and low carbon society. So as I already mentioned when answering the previous question, that in this regard, we know that we still need more green investment, right? Investment budget on the system that need to be in place in order to build towards circular economy. And this is I would like to ensure to you that circular economy is one of the national agenda at the current stage and also in the next 5 years. So pity that we cannot use much from the budget that we spend, but yeah, because all the circumstances that not allow us to do so.
Yeah, thank you. So my last question, and I believe that this will be benefit to participants, and also we know that the speaker is waiting, next speaker, but I think this is something that very important, is about the composite index.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any advice to us when we are introducing the composite index in order to do something that on the circular economy is part of the reuse, remake or anything, but linked to the bigger economics reporting? Any advice on what?
Well, I mean, we also use composite index a lot at our office when trying to measuring something and we cannot decide which indicator to use. So that's why we have to like indicate all the indicators that we think it's matter. So if you want to build composite index, and it can be linked with the bigger picture of country development, maybe you can look at all the indicator that we set and cascade into the composite index that you would like to do. For example, Human Achievement Index is also one of the composite index as well. And within that, we have like employment dimensions, income, or even the participation rate in the region for political activities or anything. So maybe you can look at the indicators within it that they use and link it with the composite index of the circular economy that you are going to use. For the greenhouse gas emission, I think for Thailand itself, the data set is not that updated. So it might be very challenging to do so, but maybe you can look at other data that contribute to greenhouse gas emission, like the number of vehicles that is still icy and create a lot of pollution. So you can find the number of vehicles from the website, right? I think that might be the step that you can, the very first step that you can take and have a look at all of it. Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Looking forward to the South Group and also working with the NACP as a Some questions will be raised on the chat box. We will keep there and the place, and then we will address the later stage. Now, I would like to invite the next presenters, the expert on the driving of the strategies of BCGs of the Thai governments after the NDFTC already have a big plan, and then. So the DD is working in two hats. The first hat is for NASA, sector reality, and the second hat is for the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research, Innovations, which is looking after the BCG. Right. So let's hear from the ambitions of the Thai government and also how these BCG things would like to drive forward. Now, everywhere you go to Thai organization agency, we are talking about BCG. All right. And key is so let's hear from you. Also, we have done present so he's coming today from time to time. He's working in these material technologies in the NASDAQ as well, and he's not going to get water in Bangkok, so we have
Thank you very much for the introduction. So again, I'm GP from. Actually, I'm working for the NSCDA, National Science Development Agencies, and right now I have a small project that I work with Thailand Science Research Innovation or TSI. And then today, on behalf of the ministries, I'm presenting two hats. One hat is from the Office of National Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation Policy Council with the abbreviation of NEXPO. This office is about the office that elaborate policy for science and research. And this slide belongs to Dr. Savani Sitong, Senior Policy Office of NEXPO. And this slide already presents in the APEC conference. So I'm request her slide and then bring information to you to share the vision of 2030 of NEXPO at Thailand. I will not repeat that everything that Professor Pierre mentioned on circular economy, the benefits, the problem, how we do, what is trending. So I will go direct to the idea of the policies in terms of science and innovation for circular economies. The key factors of successful CE, I may call the CE from circular economies. We have a clear goal and vision, long-term action plan, and concrete measures, and variety of instrument support. We need a very good waste management practice and infrastructures for the countries. We want a complete take-back system like EBR, excellent product responsibilities for almost every product. And we have to work out on regulatories and unlock some barriers to complete the circular economy trend. Like Roger mentioned that we have to need a better understanding and high level of awareness to meet the CE target. And then we have to work with private sectors that are ready to transform their business and operations to the BCG or circular economy model. And before the end, if we are working with circular economies, innovation is the key point. We need a huge transform in terms of technologies, materials, and innovation to meet circular economy target. And of course, when we implement circular economy, we have to do internally in the countries, and we have to implement in the international level as well. If you look at the picture of the APEC, the Asia Pacific economic cooperation on the circular economies. You may see many countries here, and it's ranking by target from Australia to Vietnam. And you can see that the level of EPR, extended product responsibilities, are different. Which countries have a very good progress on EPR? We divided into 3 phases. Phase 1 is no EPR, phase 2 is emerging registration, and phase 3 is the country have their own EPR regulation. And you can see that the countries who have the EPR registration can go very well with circular economies. In terms of Thailand, at the end of the table here, we are in the beginning of the EPR. It's still a voluntary process. And you can expect the rate of circular economy maybe a bit slow compared to the country that they have emerging registration, like China, Indonesia, or Vietnam. They have a good progress in terms of the EPR. So it's not only innovation and technology to drive your countries, we need a very good registration as well. And then if you go for the structure of Thailand in terms of conservation system, you can see by ministries, this is Ministries of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. There are some activity in the ministries working on the CE. For example, we have the BCG, Biological and Green Communities. We have research innovation. We have brain powers. We have research institutes and universities and work together on CE. In terms of MOI, it's come from Ministry of Industries. They have the regulation. They have the product standard to drive circular economies. In terms of the Ministry of Natural Resource and Environment, they have the roadmap on the plastic and electronic waste, and also they promote the green procurement regulation. For the Ministry of Industries, also they have the Communities of Waste Management, and at the end, the Ministry of Finance, they promote the tax incentive for circular economies, and it's also quite important to meet the CE in terms of government and the implementation. And the major sector of circular economy in Thailand, we focus in 4 areas right now. We focus on plastic. It's important, really important for Thailand, plastic, food, and also construction materials and textile. And at the end, when you work with plastic, you have a very close relation between plastic and textile. A lot of plastic waste return to textile, and it's sell very well. It's quite a structure of Thailand when you work on circular economies. In terms of international framework or ecosystem, when you got the policies, you have international agreement. I think in this room there are people from the government from various countries. You have a very good international agreement. You have the maybe international regulation and measures. And when you got the agreement, you come to your country. You have to make your national goal. You make a right goal for your countries. You want to reduce the waste. You want to reuse the materials. When you make a goal, you have to think about the enabler. You have to develop your own people. You have the capacity building. You have to develop a standard or system to promote circular economies. You have an R&D program. We need a very good research and innovation to drive circular economies. And then we need a regulation or some incentive, we call incentive, to help the entrepreneurs to promote the circular economies. And sometimes we need some instrument like investment, and we need a channel of export and trade. When you build everything that's good for the enablers, you have to think about the newcomers, entrepreneurs, the young business who develop their own business. And at the end, when you got the policies, you have enabler, you have the business sectors, you have to build your population, raising awareness on circular economies. You have maybe use the Facebook, you use the TikTok to promote the social movement of circular economies. This is a framework that apply from the idea of European countries. And when we implement such kind of idea to our national activities, we can draw such kind of pictures. We build the regulations. We try to bring incentive to business sectors. we talk about the investment with the Board of Investment of Thailand. We have tried to make a market opportunities on the CE products, and then we try to build people. We have a special way to think about the circular design. We make a library on that. Some of the ministry try to build a standard on circular economies, try to extend the product guideline. And of course, which I come from Ministry of Higher Education and Research. So we promote R&D program as well. And this work together, and we hope that the business sector can run their own business according to the support from the government. And at the end, we have got the circular products market and also the waste management in terms of product and services. This is a strategy that the Nexpo tried to fix in the year 2030. They try to reduce the resource consumption 1/3. It's huge progress. You have 100% right now, and in the next 10 years, you have to use only 65% or 61% of your resource. We try to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and also increase the GDP. So the target invention is waste symbiosis. We need to collaborate with every partner to find the most appropriate way to manage the waste. Then think about the logistics and recycle. We are talking about circular food waste. There are a lot of food waste in Thailand right now. 1 million tons of waste happened and occur in Thailand, and the food waste is a very big issue in Thailand. We think about the green construction, smart cities, and a lot of opportunity here. We have the circular economy design solution platform. We have circular economy service providers, and we hope that we can build circular economy cities very soon. With the general intervention, we have a capacity building, STAR system, R&D, regulation, investment, and export, like the model that we see from European countries. At the end, when you have your goal in the next 10 years, you have to look deeper in the roadmap. We separate in the 3 phases of roadmap. The first roadmap, we talk about the circular economy innovation platform, which will be implemented the target of circular economies. Will be strengthen 50% of recycle industries and try to encourage around 20-25 companies in capital market to transform them. At the mid-term, we talk about the circular economy enabler and ecosystem, complement ecosystem and ready to scale up, try to bring a local product to international level. 100% of strengthening recycle industry and more than 80 company in the capital market or in the stock market will transform in terms of the circular economies. And at the end, before we reach our roadmap, almost 100% of waste should be, we call the waste symbiosis, and we hope that more than 140 companies in the capital market will transform in terms of circular economies. And we do hope that we have a strong supply chain and expand to internal circularities. So this is the whole idea when you try to make a target and goal for the circular economy in your own countries. So this slide, it comes from the Office of Policies Council. And this is the first one. When at the end, I think this is the flagship that we try to move on. The first one, we really promote the green purchasing. We try to drive the demand. And secondly, we try to promote some law and regulation to meet the CE target. Thirdly, we try to deregulate, remove barriers of circularities implementation. We build the CE solution platform, which could be a capacity building or transition engagement. We try to elaborate the waste symbiosis. And also we have to connect with the bank on the investment, and also we have to build the entrepreneurs, the newcomers in the market. And at the end, we need a very good guideline for everyone to follow in the right direction of circular economies. And this could be all from the Office of Policies. However, I have another slide which is the linkage from policy to implementation. This organization is called Thailand Science Research Innovation. We got the policies from the Policy Council and we bring policy to implementation. Again, I'm just a recap on the growth projection. When we talk about circular economy, there are some expectations. The World Business Council for Sustainable Development estimate that the circular economies will be increased around 25% in 12 years from 2018. The European Commission think that the circular economies will increase the GDP maybe 0.5 or 2% according to the estimation. However, in Thailand, the BCG model think about 6% of GDP in 5 years. It surprised me because of we have a dream on the biocircular economies, and we have a bigger dream compared to European Unions and World Business Council. So it means that we have to work a lot to meet our goal in terms of economic growth projection. Then, if we look at countries in Europe that they're ranking the circular economy index for European Union, this is the ranking from Politico. Politico is a journal from Belgium. They headquartered in Brussels. So they make a report on the European Union and they try to rank the countries in Europe. And you can see number one is the Germany. The second is Great Britain. And the third is France. And also some indicators that select, it's about the municipal waste per year per person, the food waste that's occurred per person, municipal recycling rate, the share of goods traded that recycle raw materials. Material use, a patent about circular economies, and also the investment of circular economy. You can see the different figures of these countries, and I'm point out Germany that have very good figures compared to everyone. And also I put Thailand as well. So you can see that Thailand, they have some certain amount of wet municipal waste. We have around 30% of recycling rate compared to the others, and it's quite low compared to the European Union. You can see that we have around 10 or 16% of material reuse, and it's quite low compared to average of the European countries. However, when we discuss on the patent, on the circular economies or investment on the CE, it's quite low compared to other countries. And this is the reason that if we rank Thailand with other countries, we be maybe not in a good ranking for Thailand. And this is the idea that you may use for your country as well. You can compare your own countries with the European countries. I know European is very good in CE, but you have to know yourself and compare to the other to improve yourself. In terms of CE, I'm again go to the European Union policies. They try to focus on the climate neutrals. They try to focus on the resource efficiencies and competitive economies. To meet the goal, they try to make a climate neutrality by 2050. They try to decouple economic growth with resource use. It means more money with less resource. This is possible or not? And at the end, and it's very important topic is CE has to do a long-term competitiveness to European Union. If you make a CE for 5 years or 3 years, it's not the case at all. We have to think about the long-term 10, 20 years, 30 years from now. How can we build the long-term competitiveness? Some policy framework related to CE, design the sustainable products, empower consumer and public buyers, think about the circularity process, and also they have the impact sectors. When you go back to your countries with CE, you have to point out the impact sector for your own. For example, electronics, batteries. At the beginning, they have 7 sectors, but right now they separate batteries and EV from 7 and to 8 sectors right now. packaging, plastic, textile, construction, building, food and water. For Thailand, we focus only four sectors. It is food, construction, plastic, and textile. So it's quite different compared to European. So when you return to your countries or you think about your country, so you think about what's the most appropriate for you. And also that when they run such kind of a policy for European Union, they think about increase the GDP, like I mentioned earlier, 0.5%. And also we have to create around 700 new jobs. It's not only environment, we have to create the new jobs and also increase the GDP. So we have to work together in three dimensions: environment, economic, and social aspect. Okay. And there are records from the European Union that between 2012 and 2018, the number of jobs that link to CE grew by 5%. It means there are around 4 million jobs were created in the last 6 years when they integrate circular economy in the real situation. And for Thailand, just in case, I bring you the estimated GDP of Thailand. And the size of the bubble is the size of economy of each sectors. The huge part of Thailand is come from agriculture, forestry, and fishing, followed by financial insurance activities, food products, construction, human health, energy, textile, and rubber, plastic. When you got the whole image of the countries, you will know what is sector you have to focus. And now, like I mentioned, we focus on agriculture, construction, plastic, and textile. Actually, food also is important. So try to look your own context and focus the area you have to work out. And then when you talk about resource, you talk about efficiency. I try to compare the resource consumption by countries. This resource represents the kilogram that consumed in your countries to make $1. You can see that China, they use around 6 kilograms of materials to create $1. Vietnam, around 8 to 10 kilograms of materials in the country to create $1. Thailand is around 2.5 kilograms of materials to create $1. But if you want to go to the developed countries like Korea or Japan, they use only 0.5 kilograms of materials to create $1. So 400% better than Thailand. You can also, India as well, that around 4 kilograms of materials to create $1. So the target is to reduce resource consumption and create more value. This is the idea of circular economies. And also some good example. This is a chance of potential circular economies. You have to bring the value chain of your own business. You have to think about the technical, how to build your products, and you have to think about the financials. And you can see the potential of CE. It's just a small areas that intersection between technical, process, and financial. The excellent example here comes from the fashion and luxury products. The shoes from very big companies, they use plastic waste from the ocean to make a shoes. And you want to buy it because it looks beautiful, it's good for environment, but it's expensive. You also see the wash. You can see that there are some color that's quite strange here because it's come from plastic waste from the ocean. We built the new watch, and the watch is priced around $2,000. It's not cheap at all, and it sells very well. Clients love it. This is an excellent example that you use the circular economy in the real situation. Okay, you didn't need to reduce your waste and bring to another thing that's not cheap. It's not necessary in this case only. So you can think about the better product, more expensive product, and better in the environment. I talk about the plan of the science research innovation for Thailand. We have a vision here, so we try to transform the countries into development and sustainability. We have looked out. We have to three goals. The first goal is try to make the Thai people more competent and skilled. Second goal is about to create values of the products, and the third goal of the plan is to try to solve the social and economic problems. And then we bring the go-to strategies. The strategy one is about the competitiveness. We do everything to build their own competitiveness. And secondly, we talk about the social and economic. The third one of strategy focusing on the frontier research, the very high-end research, very expensive research, and at the end we talk about the human resource development. I will try to focus on the strategy one. When we talk about the competitiveness, we focus only in 8 areas in Thailand. The first one is for the medical and wellness. Second, on agriculture and food. Third, on tourism and creative economies. The fourth program is about energy, materials, and biochemical. And the circular economy is in this program. And this 4 program is under BCG concept of Thailand. Another 4 programs that create the competitiveness is about the AI and robot, artificial intelligence. We also have research on logistics. We also try to build capacities on EV and batteries. And also important here, we try to build the innovation-driven enterprise and being this enterprise in the stock market. Okay, so this is the area that Thai economy will focus in terms of research and development. And then we have a plan. When we focus on the circular economy, material energies, we also need some result. We need a very good result here. The first result that we need for the circular economy is how to use the waste and industrial waste. We try to increase the value of the product out 10% compared to the previous 5 years. We try to reduce the material consumption around 30%, and also we think about the bio-based product. How can we make a good bio-based product? And we hope that in terms of the value should increase around 10% compared to the previous 5 years. And we have a plan on the clean energies, green energies, and bioenergies, and we try to improve the value around 10% compared to the previous 5 years. This is the way that we think about the program, and we bring the program to the result. And after that, when we have a plan and program, every funding agency in Thailand, every program management unit will provide fund according to this key result, and it works together for the whole countries. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
So also from the participants online, with regard to these topics or your comment, observations. Yesterday afternoon, when we were having, then somebody from university coming accidentally visit my office, and she saw me, and she said she was from energy department from AIT, and she said, do you do some works like this? I haven't seen any sticker giving to the swimming pools that it is certified by whatsoever carbon credit. Can we do some this business? Swimming pools. So, you know, if in Thailand we are doing this by having a sticker that swimming pool already certified, apart from CHA, then we also have swimming pool stickers that certify that, you know, emissions, clean water, environment. A lot of money can be built, because it can also attract the tourism to come to Thailand, because there are people at the top tier and they are paying money because they have a swimsuit. I said, such a good idea. And you know, Ajahn, in European, they are doing already. Every hotel, they have a sticker that this swimming pool is already passed certification of the so on and so forth. That is expansion to the industry. So from this, I think, you know, it's a research questions. It's a research question that we also integrate the ideas of business into it. Also the idea of well-being into it, and also the idea of how this making sustainability, like Dr. Jiti said, is have to link with economic, is have to link with social, and have to link environment. So I think this presentation, I think, is give you a good framing of the research questions, both the scientific research, empirical research, and also the policy research. The second part that I believe that you can now, the paradigms of we have to do shifting is no longer there. So C is no ship, because perhaps there is a high tier of the enterprise who want to invest, and also there is a customer who can pay the money and buy that watch, or the runners buy the shoes, and they feel proud that I'm using high value added because I also, if I run with these shoes, then I preserve environment. So people, the likeness is coming back to that level. So who are the group of these people who are buying? So I think the issue of the customer, the issue of buyers and stakeholders is very important. So I think this is really giving thing. Another thing that I recall, Janjiti, we run the training program 2-3 weeks ago, and there is a company, I can name the company, is Trade Data Monitoring. And what the company is just doing is, the company is just trying their best to work with the custom departments of every country to collect the trade data, because they know that the government cannot have this data. So that if they have this population of data, they can make a lot of money, because people will come to them and sell this data. Now, when we are looking at these CE data and indicators that we are populating on the screen that you saw, what else that the government also needs support from people like us in terms of the analytics that we used to have. So we have columns of these things, and no one doing that in the government because they don't have time. Number two, they have silo departments. So that is the bits that, a lot of opportunity that we can bring that. I mean, I bet you that TDM Trade Data Monitoring is a private company in US. They track the data of trade from India to Thailand, from Thailand to India, and they are providing that service to anybody in the world in order to analytics of the trades, carbon trades, energy trades, so on and so forth. So it's giving really enlighten us the research questions and the business that we want to do after we leave AIT maybe. Thank you, Kawajan Jiti, and we are hoping to get connected, and also we are hoping maybe to invite you to the next time around when AIT would like to get some funds from the ministry or from NSTDA. And thank you for your time. So we will not stop here because we would like to run through brainstorming things. So we are now would like to have a group exercise. We are going to have 3 flip charts in this room. Maybe we divide this room into 3 groups, and each group will have flip charts and pens. All right, and then I will now okay. So you will be in the separate groups. After I count 1, 2, 3. Then every group here in AIT and also the group online will answer these 2 questions. All right, it's very simple questions. You have 15 minutes to answer these questions and put into the paper charts and flip charts. If you are online, you have put into your papers, Google Doc, and if you are with me here in AIT, you put into the flip chart. So what are the 3 measures that you think your circular idea should be? What are the measures? How do you know that you will achieve that CE thing that you are going to do? So what are the measurements that you are aiming to measure, and why you are thinking so? All right, so these simple questions, we frame the ideas to set the aim very clear. Okay, so please answer these 2 questions in 15 minutes, and then after that we have a presentations, and after presentation then we take a day break, half-day break. So I will count now. 1, 2, 3. Magic. So yeah, please use the flip chart. So what are the 3 key measures? What is your expectation in terms of what you want to achieve and what you see what is happening? and then put that into the flip chart. Okay, I am told that we have two books, one book on left side, one book on the right side. So it will be more practical because we have the four books on the side. And when we present, we take a picture and we put on the website. Okay, right.อันนี้มันย้ายได้ไหมเนี่ย Well, yes. I'm very busy today. Sorry that I'm in and out because of we have two mode of communication, but I'm okay now. So are we all in the big room now? Zoom? Oh, okay, they will be coming soon. I believe that we are trying to make this bit of presentations to benefit you for research and policy research. I hope so. Huh? Oh,อยู่ในนี้ มาแล้ว Okay, now they are coming back. Okay, now it looks like that I'm coming back home. No way. So for those who are in Thailand, maybe it's a bit of delay of your lunchtime. Sorry about that, but I believe that we will not delay for more than 20 minutes. So if we would like to hear maybe maybe let's start from the first how do we do? Let take from the Zoom group first, maybe one group from the Zoom. Any group would like to volunteer to present?
We want to present from group one.
Who is this? Which group?
Group one, sir, I am Pratik Mondal. Pratik Mondal from Bangladesh.
Oh, okay, yeah.
MOPA.
Oh, MOPA, okay, please.
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, but make it quick, nah? Short.
Okay, we have found out three major indicators. First one is rate of dumping waste and environmental pollution. Number two is consumption rate, this with respect to previous record and other parts of the world, and of course the set standard. And number three is recycling market demand. And logic behind these three indicators, sir. The main purpose of circular economy is to conserve the environment. So if we see that the rate of air pollution, sound pollution, or soil pollution, or other environmental pollutions are low, that indicates that circular economy is running good. And another thing is one major part of circular economy is how much we are recycling, refurbishing, or reusing our existing product. So rate of dumping waste indicates that thing. So this is a very important indicator. Number two is consumption rate. A society who is aware of circular economy and environment, they would consume less, and their industry would produce more durable and product with more longevity. So if a society consumes less, that means that society is running good in terms of circular economy, and policy is implemented in a good way. And number three is recycling market demand. As we all know that recycling is an important component of circular economy. If the industrialists and consumers are aware of that in recycling market and they have high demand, so we can see that we can say that circular economy policy is being implemented in a good way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I think that is a very, very good ideas. Good ideas in the sense that we can see very clearly what you want to measure. Consumption rates and the number of dumping sites is less, but we can imagine, right? I mean, when we are talking about the circular economy, if I'm not mistaken, I think there are many other things to also looking at. For example, is that reducing the dumping size is always the case, showing that we are effective in the circular economy, because we also have to see if we are using alternative technology instead of dumping size, so what else that we have to consider in terms of cost, and also the dumping technology, or not dumping, but the waste technologies. Is that waste energy is also a kind of life cycle friendly, so on and so forth. So, but I do believe that these could be somehow the global indicators that we can also make people clear what we are trying to do, and these can also perhaps look at the what we call that the upstream chain, the upstream of what we are trying to do, or we can say in terms of the theory of change, this could be what we expect to happen in the future. Thank you very much, Group 1. So now we can have one group from here, from AIT, maybe we can have, please. Yeah, you now one group from in class. Oh.
Because when we talk about circular economy, we are shifting from linear to circular. That is from the extraction and to the end use site. And in between, if you look at the extraction side, is where we get the raw materials for what we produce to be used. Then at the end use side, we'll have waste generation. So maybe the main indicators are the extraction side will be resource extraction. So we'll measure like the material use. If there's a reduction in resource usage, so we could measure that. That could be a very positive indicator. And also look at the secondary raw materials. Then also another second one is waste generation. So we'll look at how waste generation is being managed. Then we'll look at energy intensity and greenhouse gas emission, because in between the resource generation and the end use side, in the middle there's the management of all this chain. Of course, production is important factor, but consumption also depends on population growth. So it could not really give a clearer, so we could really measure from the energy intensity. If the energy intensity have reduced, because if we are recycling, like in the case of bauxite, we'll have higher energy use than maybe to recycle if you want to take from the raw material itself. So we think that energy intensity and greenhouse gas emission, because energy intensity usage, the lower also the effect on greenhouse gas emission. So these are the three main paramount indicators we think they are important to evaluate policy on circular economy. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for this group from here. I mean, from what I hear from first group and also this group, I mean, I feel that these are the intermediate indicators that something is doable. It is not really a kind of the policy that is in an abstract stage. So I really appreciate to see this one, because this would lead to something going to happen, and not something that just, in the paperwork or something like that. I mean, the second one is what I feel both group is that we can feel, right? We have the dilemma of we have to do a lot of literary review, because there is a connectivities and proof that we have to do. There is a relationship of so many factors across the criteria as well. So you can see a amount of work that you have to do, because it's not just one or two of the aspect, but it's cross-cutting there. So how we are going to overcome with referring to the previous research in order to have a kind of mixed answering to our assumption, or how we do it? Can we start something and learn from that? So that maybe into the policy implementation, we may have to pilot, or we have to do a pilot test in order to find out what is the relationship. So this is the dilemma that the empirical research and policy research has to be there. You see, it's a lot of work, and I believe that with these complexities of the coherence and relationship of this factor, which is we needed for this, it's consumed a lot of time to do this, and we don't also have sufficient data to do that as well. So we might also have to think how we are going to do a fact-finding and move this forward. What will be the area where we can work between empirical study and the policy study that make it works in the field, because we have 5 years time, we have 3 years time, and we have to report already, for example. So this is a good things that we have to digest a lot, and it's also, to me, it's also give us that the think tank in the organization has to discuss this from the research point of view, but more on the action research rather than the lab research. Okay, so next maybe from the, not maybe, but from the Zoom. So next group from the Zoom, please, voluntarily. If we don't hear any group from the Zoom, we cannot take lunch because our lunch will not be delicious.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm from Group 2 and sorry if Group 2 did not follow the instructions. This is Jen, by the way. We were supposed to identify only 3, yet we identified a lot. I will not be mentioning those that have already been mentioned earlier. There were some lagging indicators about consumption patterns, recycling, dump sites. So maybe I'll just focus on first one is sort of a leading indicator in terms of financial investments in policies related to in the development and implementation of policies on circular economy. Social behavior, this is somehow related to the consumption patterns reported earlier. We also have indicators on the number of training or capacity development programs, as well as footprint indicators. Although, since I'm from the Philippines, one of the challenges with footprint is there is no clear guideline right now on how we can be consistent in terms of calculating these footprints. One way or another, there's some bias related up. So that's also going to be a challenge if we have this as an indicator. But over time, I see improvements in terms of footprint calculations and also business operations. So this will reflect the perception of the private sector in terms of innovation, in terms of redesigning their products to be more sustainable, to be more durable, so that it takes a longer time for them to be wastes and go back to the circularity. And then in the next page, we have some indicators on stakeholder engagement. Can you scroll down, Opendra, up or down? It's in the second page. So we have in terms of number of institutions involved in circular economy initiatives. And then we also have targets on certified products certified in terms of circular economy, or those with labels. So the reason being we chose these indicators is, well, for the capacity development, it helps us identify what are the data gaps, the knowledge gaps, what else do we need to fill in the capacity. For footprints, resource consumption or conservation patterns. For social related attitude or mentality, again, one of the challenges with circular economy is the paradigm shift, the mentality. Okay, so that's a really critical thing that we need to address. And then financial, as explained earlier, what are the current capacities locally and what are the needs from where we can get the additional financial resources, whether it be from the private sector or from multinational or bilateral agencies. And then the purchase of products is related to consumer behavior patterns or attitude towards these green products as well as for green businesses. So that summarizes what Group 2 has discussed on. And if any of my group mates would like to add more, although it is the only 3 you were supposed to be limited to 3, then feel free to add. Thank you.
We are overwhelming. I mean, this is nice. We had the first group is around the sustainable consumptions and traditional technologies there. The second group is more on the energies and carbon emissions types. And now we have socials and cover socials and investment and financial. Now, just imagine that we are building the circular economy indicator compendiums. And if this is something that we want to start, it start from this forum only. It is something that we can start to explore further is that true that this set of the cluster indicator is something that meaningful to our countries? And this is actually the network that perhaps we can come up with something for the compendium that we have collective ideas of zero draft of the indicators. So just imagine that. And the reason I say that if we are fortunate enough and God give us that we can get connected and we move this forward, it can be helping each other a lot and adding and these things. So thank you very much. So last but not the least, so we would like to have a group from here in person there, and just we take a break for lunch. If there is no other group from the Zoom, protest that they cannot present. All right. Very important, very useful, my friends. I like it very much.
Actually, the three indicators were the first one that we thought that it should be improve competitiveness. Actually, it deals with the two-way supply chain. For example, some companies offer exchange offer. You can bring some old stuff and get new, so with some additional money. So in this way, you can reduce. In this way, you can reduce the waste. We can save the waste, and we can keep the resources within the system. No need to throw it out from the system, and that can be the one thing. That in this way we can improve our circular economy. The second is the amount of the resources recycled. Actually, the resources ending the production system and the amount of the end product produced. These are the two indicators. And the third one is the use of the secondary raw materials. These are the things that, in our opinion, that can be the game changer in the field of the circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So to me, again, it's very interesting, especially for the first indicators. I can see that we are trying to link this with the trades and businesses. And just imagine if you are the policy advocacies and you can talk to the WTO. And I think OECD and the WTO, they are working together and they are going to this direction already. You see, that link, to create competition and say, for example, in Thailand, I'm not saying that we are successful, but the BOI, the Board of Investment in Thailand, already bought in the idea of the clean technology. And they are trying to give a tax privilege in the joint venture company to invest, and they are promoting a competitiveness to the trade and investment industry. So it is really possible if we are looking at from that angle of the competitiveness, and that also beyond the arts, but more on the other part of the reference that you would like to pick up and try to put in the big picture. So I like that. You see, we have the consumptions, we have the energy, we have technologies, we have the competitiveness, and now we have the social there to put these up into different cluster of indicators that had broader the views. And brilliant ideas. So you deserve for half day rest. And we will see you again after 1 hour. Okay, so we have more speakers coming in the afternoon. For you, enjoy your lunch, enjoy your packed box lunch. For us, please allow us to also take lunch. Not virtually, but we take a real lunch. And see you again after 1 hour. Thank you so much. Fantastic, I have to say. Okay, so we are now waiting our friends to join in the Zoom. So we also have here some audience in the classroom at AIT. So our speaker is already here. Maybe after 2-3 minutes, we will start the next sessions. I wish the speaker will be delivered through Zoom. And the next sessions will be related to the sustainable finance, and our aim is to the perspectives of the financial aspect in relation to sustainable developments and how this would be practiced in the Asia Pacific countries. And I believe that this would add up into the financial aspects of our event. We start the event since 2 days ago, and next one would be tomorrow, which is we'll be looking at the now I forgot with this noise pollution. Looking at the tomorrow, we're looking at the case studies from Singapore and from so may I request the audience to switch off your microphone so that there will be no disturbance during the sessions. Good afternoon. อันนั้นมีปัญหานะ Good afternoon, Dr. Ria Sinha. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon from Bangkok.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I understand that you are now in New Delhi, and thank you for accepting this invitation.
Yeah.
And my colleagues, Dr. Ria Sinha is working at the Terry School of Advanced Study in India, and she is one of the researchers and also someone who knows much about the sustainable financings. And today, Dr. Ria will share with us the perspective of sustainable financings in Asia and Pacific regions, and we can hear from her in different perspectives so that we can make connections with our the circular economies aspects to the financings and perhaps the instruments that can involve different multi-stakeholders to the circular economy initiatives. So without further ado, I would like to invite now Dr. Ria to start presentations. You will have 30 minutes. Dr. Ria, please.
So do I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And if you don't mind, if you can also speak slowly so that we can make sure that everybody can hear due to the signal of the Wi-Fi. Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for this humble introduction. Well, I joined a bit abruptly, so I did go through the agenda for this particular training, and I will basically talk about some of the very specific findings from our study, which we did like a couple of months back, I would say, with Switch Asia. So I will definitely want to take you through some of the key findings of the study, what was our methodology, and of course, like what are some of the challenges which are there in sustainable finance in the context of the developing economies, and some of the way forwards. So definitely, like I would like to begin with the brief context of this particular study. So first of all, sustainable finance, this topic is a bit, I would say it's not a niche topic per se, but definitely it's quite a broad topic in the sense that there are several things, several concepts which are associated with sustainable finance. And specifically, when we talk about circular economy, when we talk about sustainable consumption and production, then the financing for SCP, that is definitely one of the core components. Okay, so so starting from the very context of sustainable finance, I was referring to the fact that it is quite a broader concept, and there are very much associated concepts of sustainable finance. For example, green finance, we say climate finance, we say ESG, we say sustainable financing for SCP. So what are basically the interrelations, interconnections with these concepts? What is the importance of sustainable finance? So first of all, definitely, I would like to begin with the fact that in all the Asian countries, there has been quite a lot of economic activity surging in the last 5 years. Of course, like there has been a bit, like it has been dampened by COVID to a certain extent, but in general, there has been quite a tremendous amount of economic activities. There has been overexploitation of exploitation and extraction of natural resources. And throughout, there has been a call for like implementing SCP or implementing circular economic practices across all major sectors, major economic sectors. So now I am pretty much sure that the audience is now aware of what SCP practices, what is SCP, what are some of the circular economic practices in various sectors. But the most important thing is, for any such practice to be undertaken, there is a need of finance, there is a need of investment. Hence, which are the sources of finance, which are the tools through which finance can be extracted or finance can be generated, it can be mobilized. So definitely that brings me to the methodology of my study. So basically this particular study, it has been done for, it's based on a secondary review of literature along with some primary interactions which we have had with the financial sector participants, for example, the banking sector, the stock exchange, the central banks, the institutional investors, the commercial banking officials. So some of these primary stakeholders have been roped in for the study. Primarily, this study is based in Bhutan, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Thailand, Indonesia, Cambodia, and Philippines. Primarily, we have looked into these countries. We have done baseline assessments for these countries, the state of sustainable finance in these countries. And the broad sectors which we have covered are agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, transport, infrastructure, solid waste. So basically all these sectors are, as you will understand, they are primarily very energy intensive sectors, and they have the maximum requirement of SCP interventions. So starting from the very fact that what is sustainable finance, how we have defined sustainable finance in our study. So if you look at the extant literature which is available on finance, you will find both our academic perspective or a theoretical perspective of sustainable finance and also a practitioner's approach, I would say. So World Bank has tried to define it, UNFCCC, IFC, they all have tried to define sustainable finance. Unfortunately, we do not have a very agreed definition of this particular concept, but definitely like most of the definitions which have been given by these financial components are more or less, they are in sync. So if you see the diagram on the right-hand side, top corner, it is showing us the relationship between climate, green finance, and sustainable finance. So if we consider that sustainable finance is the overarching finance which we are talking about, and of course we are talking about investments over here, because finance can only be generated through investments from the private markets, and also like if you of course we also have the public sources of finance, but definitely the public sources of finance are limited. So in future, not only in future, also in the present times, there has been there has been an effort to understand what can be how the private sources or the private market forces can be leveraged to generate finance. So we have the public sources, we have the private sources of finance. Sustainable finance is inclusive of climate finance, which means the finance which is for the climate mitigation and adaptation activities. We say green finance, which is looking at the overarching environment. Like in environment, we have both adaptation and mitigation. So it includes climate finance, and also the different ways, different approaches through which finance can be generated. And the sustainable finance is all inclusive. If we talk about, so where do we fit in the SCP finance? So definitely there in literature, you will not find a very, a very illustrative diagram of how to represent SCP. But I think that SCP is somewhere interacting, or it is intersecting all the three domains of finance, which is climate finance or green finance. So definitely finance or sustainable finance, if we say, it is an approach which inclusively it integrates environmental, social, and governance factors into its investment considerations. That's the investment definition of sustainable finance, because we are also talking about how institutional investors can generate finance, how that they can invest finance for these activities. So definitely this particular approach is to rope in the role of the private market and how the forces of environmental, social, and corporate governance can be leveraged upon. So now I'm coming directly to the study findings. So of course, it has been, like I would say, it has been quite an exhaustive study in which we have looked at the major sectors. But I would like to highlight some of the very specific, sectors where there has been like baseline surveys has been done. So if we talk about the energy efficiency and the clean energy sector across all Asian countries, then definitely the energy intensity, that's quite on the higher side. And it is subjected to rise in the next 5 or 10 years, because as we are growing, as there is more economic activities, this is quite on the higher side. So some of the financing instruments which have been used to finance energy efficient activities or clean energy activities, they are grants, which is more on the public side, because I would say grants are, not like it's a one-time allotment of funds, but it is definitely not a one-stop solution. So grants are there, equity-based, lease-based, the loans are there. Financing which has been done through the multilateral development banks, results-based lending has been there. There has been revolving funds. We have examples of several clean energy revolving funds in which the funds are given for one particular project. The profits are generated, and there is the investments are taken over, and those funds are again invested in newer energy, like in newer projects. So definitely there has been, like, not only these types of funds, there has been various guarantees which are provided mostly by the central banks, guarantees which are also provided by the commercial banks through the mandates of the central banks, microfinance, bonds, different types of bonds. We have seen green bonds, we have seen blue bonds, we have seen development impact bonds. So all these are have been implemented in the Asian markets to generate or to invest in energy efficiency. So definitely, like if you see on the right hand side, there are several figures in which like it's an ADB assessment, and it says that the loans are like one of the primary sources of funds, of course, and like equity and guarantee based funds are also there, but definitely like loans are loans which are provided by the multilateral development banks, they are one of the primary sources. There are many innovative instruments, feed-in tariffs are there, which have been very successful in Thailand, Vietnam, or Malaysia. If we talk about the infrastructure sector, of course, infrastructure is another cross-cutting sector in which there is requirement, which has requirement in all the sectors of power. It has requirement in the transportation sector. It has requirement in the telecommunication sector. So all these sectors require a high level of infrastructure investments. So where from these investments have been accrued? So most of them has been like till now, it has been funded through public sources, but definitely there has been many PPP contracts which have been generated. So there is a move, a subtle move towards private sources of financing. And you will find like there is quite a large amount of investment gap which is there at present, and these this financing gap is there because the public capital is limited. So how to bridge this gap in financing? Only and only private sources of financing can be roped in. Now, how to motivate how to motivate the private sector to invest in these specific areas, because these infrastructure, again, it has high gestation period. The payback period is high. So of course, investors they are not very much motivated to invest in these types of projects. But definitely, once there is a guarantee from a public source, once there is a guarantee from the state, then the private sector is more motivated. So we have the concept of blended finance in that case. So definitely, like now, as of now, but the state of financing in infrastructure is quite high. The private mobilization in this sector, that is also quite high. And bonds, these are like some of the I would say instruments, financing instruments which have been used. Now, different countries have different types of issuance of bonds. Some countries, some Asian countries, they, like for India, there has been more private issuance of bonds, green bonds. But for countries like I would say in Malaysia, there has been, in Indonesia, there has been more bonds which have been issued by the government. So definitely, and of course, like government bonds are more safer bonds. So investors also find it less risky to invest. Agriculture and food system, this was also one of the study points. So there also we have found that most of the Asian countries, the agriculture is small scale agriculture, like there are very small, it is dominated by small farms. And of course, like when it is dominated by small farms, the instruments, the agricultural machinery which are used, they are not very modern machineries which are used, and hence they are very energy intensive instruments. So this is definitely one sector in which there is high requirement of SCP, like SCP interventions, and energy interventions is definitely one of the highest priorities. So we find like definitely there are various examples, various case studies which we have looked through in our study. I will be talking very briefly about some of the case examples, but like how to, what are some of the instruments or financing instruments which have been used to mobilize the small scale farmers to invest in these practices. So the Clean Energy Revolving Fund, it's one of the very, very successful examples in which the uncollateralized loans, they are provided to the small agriculture farmers, because again, agricultural farmers, they do not have collaterals, right? So there's a need of providing uncollateralized loans. So these revolving funds, they are very effective in providing that. And it also like promotes like energy intensive practices like solar water pumps, solar grid systems, decentralized solar grid systems. Climate smart agriculture, this is a technique which has been mostly, I would say, implemented in all countries, all Asian countries, and it has been fairly successful because climate smart agriculture deals specifically with how agriculture can be made more effective with less resources, right? So the output, the maximization of output with less resources. And here resources, we are talking about water, we are talking about energy, we are talking about land resources. So how to optimally use this. Now the private sector is starting to invest in climate smart agriculture practices. And some of the examples are there. We have examples in Philippines, we have examples in Bhutan, We have examples in Nepal as well. Tourism, again, like in the last 4 to 5 years, I have seen this trend of tourism policies being developed by countries, tourism policies being developed by governments, and the sole purpose of these policies is how not only to generate funds, but also how to utilize those funds, and mostly utilize those funds in a sustainable tourism practices. So definitely, like because I belong to a country, I belong to India, and in India we have seen that various tourism sites, they are overexploited, overloaded, overcrowded with a lot of tourists, and tourists least care about the landscape. They least care about how they are using the resources. So definitely there is a very prominent use of sustainable resources, and most it forms this particular sector is definitely one of the core sectors, I would say, which is one of the major economic activity generating sector, as well as one of the sectors in which SCP interventions are required to the highest amount. So Bhutan has a low low volume tourist policy, high resources, low volume, which means that a generation of maximum amount of GDP through tourist activities, through low volume of tourists. So what is the optimum usage, or what can be the optimum level of tourists who can be allowed in a particular territory? We are having, in fact, India is also, some of the specific regions of Ladakh, if you have heard about Leh and Ladakh, they are also devising those policies. So definitely tourism is also like one of the sectors which is extensively, it employs a huge amount of labor, and it also has several activities which are energy intensive. It has several activities, the hotels, the restaurants, which we see, they're extensively water intensive activities. So what is the scope of finance which can be used in promoting sustainability practices in the tourism sector? We have quite a number of examples of AIIB, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and ADB, who have promoted sustainable tourism through their various policies, through their various incentives. A fee has been imposed on tourists, which is in some places it is known as a sustainable development fee, which is imposed. So these are some of the fund generating mechanisms which are elaborated in the policy itself. And also, hence it forms as one of the ways through which funds can be generated. Transport, of course, we all know that transport has been like one of the maximum energy intensive sectors, and the number of bonds which have been issued in this particular sector, they have been, the number of bonds have been highest in this particular sector. It is not only the bonds, but we also have various examples of PPP investments, blended finance investments, and the purpose of all these investments is to motivate the private sector to invest in these activities, because as we know that it's not possible for the government to invest in these sectors because of several other activities, and also there are economic imbalances also. So there are now many car manufacturers, vehicle manufacturers, they have been inventing electric vehicles. They have been capturing the two-wheelers in the electric segment. Four-wheelers have been there for some quite time, but inventions, innovations, strategical innovations have been on the way to how to reduce the prices of the cars. So again, automobile bonds is definitely one of the very important and one of the very core bonds, I would say, in SCP financing, which has been generated or mobilized for the transport sector. And most importantly, these bonds, it is also a difficulty that most of these bonds are unlabeled bonds. That is, it doesn't have a specific label, and it might not be certified by a third agency, which poses a difficulty also. But definitely the increase over the period in the last 5 years that definitely indicates that there has been a very steady move towards the private sector investing in these bonds. Now, I will briefly take you through some of the baseline surveys, because till now we looked at some of the sectors. Definitely, I did not put into all the slides of the sectors, because I just wanted to highlight some of the common or energy intensive sectors. We also did we wanted to do a baseline survey of the countries. So specifically the countries, the 8 countries that we considered, what is the state of financing for these countries? What have been the primary motivations? Where has been the most of the investments going, and what have been the challenges? So if we look at, so if I take, for example, Cambodia, of course, the policies, the regulatory framework in Cambodia has been quite motivating, I would say, because of the fact that there has been a set of sustainable finance principles which have been, devised by the banking sector. And here, which is this is also one of the points which I would like to mention, that the banking sector in most of the Asian countries, taking into account the central bank, which is the key most important bank, which mandates the commercial banks. The central banks themselves, they are taking a huge amount of interest in devising the sustainable finance principles. And we know that in most of the developed economies where we have these cases, they have been mostly very instrumental, very successful, because of the robustness of their policy frameworks. So in Cambodia, there have been there has been a national strategic plan. So of course, there are for some countries there are the renewable energy policies. For some countries there are the strategic plans, there are SCP roadmaps, there are also the sustainable finance roadmap. Now, this sustainable finance roadmap is definitely not implemented in all countries, or not drafted, at least in all countries, but definitely the policies on energy efficiency, the policies on clean energy, the policies on improving the transport sector, decarbonizing the transport sector, all those policies have been implemented. In the overall financing trends, definitely we find that there are several microfinance institutions in Cambodia which are lending money for energy efficiency and climate finance initiatives, which is definitely a very motivating step, because the particular microfinance institution which I have mentioned here is PRASAC. This is a state-owned enterprise. So once there is investments from a state-owned enterprise, there is also it actually attracts private investors or institutional investors in particular to invest in these areas. So definitely there have been quite a number of good statistics. There have been quite a number of, I would say, development which has taken place in Cambodia on the overall financing trends. There's one case of the agri-business value chain in Cambodia. So in this is a very specific example, a case which we studied in depth. The case has been studied to understand what has been the SCP interventions in this particular sector, because as the name suggests, it has been overall revamping of the agriculture value chain, and what has been the sources of finance. So from where has they received the money? So this particular project has been financed through the GCF funding, and there has been concessional loans. So these fundings, the GCF funding has been for a particular period of time. Through these particular funding, the outputs have been generated, the results have been generated, which actually have motivated the private investors to invest in these practices. So definitely, this is one of the very, very significant, I would say, case examples in Cambodia, where we found that funding although through a public source, but it has resulted in generation of SCP activities. Bangladesh, one of the very, I would say Bangladesh, a small country, it has immense potential of sustainable finance developments. It has immense potential, and it has also in the last 10 years, I would say, it has generated quite a lot of developments on the sustainable finance landscape. There are apart from the Bangladesh Bank, which is the central bank of Bangladesh, it has been like the Central Bank of Bangladesh has been very much instrumental in devising a sustainable finance roadmap for the country. And all the non-banking finance institutions, the commercial banks, they are in line with the central bank's mandate to provide funds for a particular purpose. Like here, the purpose is green financing of the green projects. Of course, sorry. Of course, there has been a lot of challenges, because while I was speaking to the some of the experts in the finance sector of Bangladesh, they identified some of the difficulties in processing of the loans. Like once it is, if a loan is coming through GCF, how it gets routed through the project developers. So definitely there are quite a lot of flags, there are quite a lot of gaps in processing of these loans. But definitely, if I talk about the overall regulatory landscape of sustainable finance in Bangladesh, it is quite developed as compared to the other Asian countries. So this particular, it has a green financing policies, which again has been devised by the central bank, and it has several environmental policies and strategies in place. It has a specific component of how the finance has to be generated. So what are the key components, or what are some of the key tools or instruments through which finance can be generated? And it also provides several annual reports. These annual reports are for stakeholders to get a sense of the state of development of sustainable finance. In the overall financing trends of Bangladesh, as I said, that there has been several schemes in Bangladesh, and the schemes are not very new. These are quite established.
You have less than 5 minutes, so please, I think you're landing now.
Yeah, okay. So, so definitely, like in Bangladesh, as I said, that it has been quite instrumental in providing these developments on sustainable finance, and it has geared towards a new development economy in the last 10 years. This is again the textile sector, because Bangladesh is known for its textile sector, but the textile sector is highly energy intensive sector. So there has been a lot of developments in terms of how to reinvent or decrease the energy intensity of the textile sector. So this is again one very important case study. I will not run through all the case examples which we have here, but definitely I will directly skip to some of the challenges. Now this is one of the studies in Bhutan of mountain hazelnut, which is a type of a seed which is grown in the rocky, in a rocky landscape where there is less water. So this is a typical example of how public funds have been utilized for investment in a social enterprise. So mountain hazelnut is a social enterprise, and the SCP intervention here is utilization of land resources. So definitely I will speak in brief about the challenges which are faced by these governments. Definitely there are, first is lack of insufficient disclosure mechanisms. As I said, that most of these bonds which have been issued, they lack a proper disclosure mechanism. And as a result, the investors do not know what exactly have been some of the indicators, green indicators for investment. So definitely that is one of the disadvantages. Not all countries have very defined PPP laws, because these are comparatively new. Blended finance, I would not say blended finance is very new. It is like old wine in new bottle, but definitely it is one of the very effective sources of financing in the developing economies. But the legislations which are there for the PPP, they are not very much developed. They lack on the finance perspectives. So definitely that poses a concern. Another very important challenge which I would like to highlight here is the dollar denominated bonds. In many of the cases, the bonds are issued in dollars, and whenever there is a differential in the exchange rate, there is a huge loss to the host, whoever is issuing the bond. So we have now in India, there is an example of masala bonds where the bonds are issued in the domestic currency, and hence there is less loss in the amount of money if there is a differential in exchange rates. Primarily, these are some of the main challenges. There are institutional obstacles, of course, which are many financing institutions still do not have the risk assessment capacity. Many of the commercial banks which I've talked to, they still do not know what is SCP financing. It's still not a very accepted word in the finance or sustainable finance world, and they do not have risk assessment frameworks for that. So definitely that also poses a concern. In some of the points to way forward, of course, we have, I did not specifically talk about ESG because ESG disclosures, again, they can be talked about, in detail, not in sustainable finance, but for other things as well. But the definitions of one of the primary and I would say one of the most important way forward is to define very categorically what are the definitions of sustainable finance, green finance, financing for SCP, ESG finance, because all have significant overlaps. And whenever there is overlap, you cannot actually, any agency will not be able to measure the amount of funds which is going for a particular category. So definitely that poses a concern, because several of the SCP activities for which funds have been mobilized, they can fall into the climate finance category, they can fall into the green finance category. So which is what? So that is definitely describing that is one of the things. Enhancing market practices in the forms of disclosure, reporting, analysis, these are all required for mobilizing private finance, because that is one of the most important things on which we need to focus, right on, policymakers need to focus, and hence every I would say every development which takes place in this sphere, there has to be a disclosure, transparency has to be increased, the rating mechanisms have to be more transparent. So we do not know that the bonds which are getting rated, how they are getting rated, because every agency has their own methodology of rating bonds. So that is definitely a problem. Policy-led financing, we have this in India, but many, in fact, there are in some of the Asian countries which we studied, there is direct policy-led financing, like where some of these SCP sectors, like this energy efficient sectors, they are directly mandated by the policy of that particular government to direct funds. So definitely that, for example, renewable energy is one of the priority areas or policy-led financing in India. So many domains or geographies have this, but also many do not have. So yeah, I would like to stop here and take questions.
It is fantastic presentations, Dr. Ria. I mean, is the financial terms and financial explanations has been explained in something that we can understand. So I don't know if colleagues in AIT in persons here have any comments or questions, or our colleagues from the Zoom, any maybe 2-3 questions. And I would request Dr. Ria to be with us for another maybe 5-10 minutes. I also see Dr. Panida is already there, ready for the next presentations. And Dr. Pachanin also here in persons here, but we have some time. So questions or comment, please. By the way, I see Rishi Kumar is sleeping as a picture profile. I hope he is not sleeping. Dr. Ria, I have one. I had a question because I remove my glasses all the time because I'm very much interested. So Is there any because when the bank, especially the international bank, which is coming to the country in order to help by the grants or technical assistance, they would be coming to the Ministry of Finance, and they
Yes,
are going to look at the partners, right? So the first query is about is there any requirements or any fitting need to be made in terms of procurement of the country in order to accommodate the green technology, for example. Say, for example, if Thailand doesn't have a green procurement and they are coming with the package that they want to promote a kind of a green technologies, is that linked up as a barrier or anything that you would like to comment on this aspect?
Okay, so yeah, whenever funds are provided, like for example, if GCF provide funds to a particular country, like if it is providing to Thailand or if it is providing to India, then it is based on the strength of the project. It is based on, and if I suppose that the project is based on, suppose it is a green project and it is supposed to achieve a significant amount of reduction in energy, or if it is supposed to achieve a significant amount of reduction in GHG, then all those have to be demonstrated in the project. Because if these demonstrations are not done, because there is quite a lot of, requirements which are working, like which are paper requirements, form requirements, which are needed to be filled before, there any such financing is initiated. Only if the financing agency finds that there is strength in the project and whatever is being proposed by the investee, that is basically, it is like skewed through by a third party, because the third party makes an assessment. They assess whether the claims which are made by the investee is in line with a proper channel or not. So unless and until that is there, no international financing can take place. So definitely there is a lot of paperwork which has to be done, and also has to be, they have to demonstrate that they can, through their present investments, they can achieve that level of GHG reduction or whatever is being said in the project. So before that happens, there will be no financing provided.
Yes. The next question is, I must ask this question because this question is coming from Afshana, and she is a woman, and she asked the question about the gender. All right. So I must address this question. So I will read the question now. Could you please share an example that sustainable climate finance is helping to improve the climate vulnerable for women, their self-dependence and empowerment?
Okay. Indeed, a good question. I can say about India, I am sure like there are certain other examples in other countries as well. But I would definitely say that in India, for example, in the construction sector, we have, if you have heard about fly ash bricks, which are one of the substitute of the red bricks, and they are one of the sustainable, thought to be one of the sustainable, interventions, SCP interventions in the construction sector. So it is sustainable intervention in building material sector. So in this particular fly ash sector, there is a lot of women who are employed in this fly ash sector, contrary to the idea that it is only the men who work in the, in making of bricks. But I have for myself seen that there are several enterprises which are based on these particular initiatives. And in construction, as I mentioned, there has been like examples where, there has been quite a lot of development of women, not only not only do they get incomes, but there is a sense of improving their livelihoods. So yes, that is very much there. Even in the renewable energy sector, there is quite a lot of development of engagement of women in the renewable energy sector. So I think there are some studies also which makes these assessments on the amount of the extent of women who have got engaged in the decentralized renewable energy sector. So at least for India, there has been quite a significant development on this sphere. I think even in Cambodia, for example, there are certain developments on these aspects.
Yeah, thank you. That was a good question and good answer. So any other questions?
Thank you, Rhea Sinha, for your nice presentation. This is Habib from Bangladesh. I want to know one thing. When you're talking about the issuing bond in domestic market and in case of international market, the dollar-dominated bond issuing, you talk about this. In case of domestic market issuing bond, if government collected more money from the domestic market, then private sector might be got into a risk for their investment for collecting money for their own what can I say for their own purpose when they elaborate their businesses and they creating different production or job sectors. It will be sinking. Is there any alternative? Is there any alternative issuing dollar-dominated bonds bond to other? If I may not be clear that if we issuing bond in multi-currency, is there any possibility or is there any way? Or if you suggesting such kind of thing, if any country issuing multi-currency bond, then that country maybe got some benefit from if they are in.
Of course, like the investors will get the benefit, but for the issuer, that will be a loss if there is a very high exchange rate differential. So one of the alternatives to this is issuing bonds in the domestic currency. But again, like then the investor base will be a bit narrow when it is, issuing in the domestic currency, but definitely the exchange rate differential will not be there.
Thank you.
Yes, next is my curiosity, and perhaps this can be the last questions. My curiosity is about the package of financings from the international banks. Our observation is that international banks will come at a package, and that package is like already ready-made technologies, and it is coming and giving to the country which is need help and also technical support. Is that true, or is there any possibility that this package should come to the country where also kind of giving a lot of innovation, giving flexibility for the country to be more innovative on technologies, not only giving us a package that the country has to follow? I don't know whether my understanding is correct, or is there an opportunity that the bank like this also give the opportunity for the country to be more innovative on the technology which is more appropriate to their countries?
Now, well, this is something I would say that it again depends on the terms of the like if it is a loan or if it is, I am assuming that it is a loan, then it will depend upon the terms which are there in the loan. If it is the particular project is for that particular project for which the investments are to be generated, if it is for innovative, like devising an innovative technology, then definitely there is nothing wrong in that. But again, it will depend on what the host country or what the investee is wanting to invest or wanting to generate as a part, because it also has its sustainable development goals to fulfill. So it also has like certain projects for which it needs money, and the investor who has its own set of prerogatives to invest. So only if there is a match in these two, then an investment can take place. Otherwise, like it depends on the investor if it wants to invest in a innovative strategy or a technology. If that innovative strategy is for financing SCP, then why not? I don't see a problem over there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ria Sinha. Thank you for your time and thank you for a very nice presentation. We hope to get also connected with Terry School of Advanced Tech Studies, and maybe we also do further works together on these circular economy things which is related to the green finance. Thank you so much. Big hand for Dr. Ria, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was wonderful to be here and meet you again.
Yes, meet you again. Next, we will hear. Next presentations will be on the case study, and this is from Thailand. And this case study is coming from the institution which is under the Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Innovations in Thailand. The organization which is doing this case study on these technologies. Waste to energy through gasification method is presenting you called the TISTER. And we have now Dr. Pandita Thepkun is with us today to present this case study and share knowledge and experience with you. So Dr. Pandita, please, is your floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to share my screen first. Let me check this. Okay. Good afternoon, and allow me to introduce myself. I'm Pandita Thepkun. I'm senior researcher from TISTER. It's my honor to present a part of my work to you all today. The topic that I will deliver is waste to energy via three-stage gasifications. And this one is a way to upcycling and useless items such as the garbage to produce essential items like an energy. And my presentation is divided into 4 main parts. Firstly, I would like to introduce you for my institute and our roles. And secondly, the renewable energy plan that launched by Ministry of Energy related using waste will be talked. And followed by appropriate technology for transforming waste to energy, which is gasification technology. And lastly, I would like to give you a part of the research activities on waste to energy by three-stage gasification. Let me begin with my institute. My institute is the Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research, or TISTER in short. TISTER was firstly established as a state enterprise of the special categories since 59 years ago in order to implement special science and technology policies of the Royal Thai government. The 4 missions consist of conduct R&D to enhance national competitiveness, and secondly, to provide services in order to enhance industrial competitiveness. And the third one is to transfer technologies and innovations to industry and community enterprises. And the last is to develop an effective or organizational management system. And under the Research and Development Group, I'm belonging to the Expert Center of Innovative Clean Energy and Environment, or INOEN. INOEN conduct R&D on clean energy technology and innovations from biomass, including water, residue from agricultural and industrial sectors, and waste from communities. And of course, an R&D on environmental management, project on energy-related resources, and project on climate change and biodiversity. You may see that TISTER, particularly INOEN, has main missions to conduct research in response to energy policy, especially in clean energy. And allow me to bring you to my second part of my presentations, which is the most relevant policy with our topic today, is the Alternative Energy Development Plan, or AEDP. AEDP was the one of massive plan in Thailand in integrated energy blueprint that was developed by Ministry of Energy to promote energy production within the full potentials of domestic renewable energy resources and develop appropriate renewable energy production which considered to appropriate and benefit the social and environmental dimensions of the communities. And the goal of the ADP, they target that in 2037, we will increase the proportions of renewable energy and alternative energy in the form of electricity, heat, and biofuel by 30%. Okay, if you look at the report of electricity productions from alternative resources, in the best year or 2018, we found that overall electricity was produced around 11,000 megawatts, mainly from biomass, solar, and large hydro power plants. And under ADP plan, in the target year, electricity productions from alternative resources will increase almost 3 times from base year, and solar will become an important over other resources. And if we take a look closer at the waste, we found that in the base year, the waste has been used in produce the electricity around 300 megawatt, or accounted for 2.8%, and increased to 900 megawatt, or accounted to 3%. And in the other energy, in terms of heat productions from alternative energy, we found that the situations of 2018, the heat around 8,000 kiloton or equivalent was produced mainly from biomass and biogas. And the target year we is supposed to produce from alternative resources is around 3 times of this year, similar as the electricity. And if we take a look at the waste, just only waste is just around 100 kiloton or equivalent that's used to be heat, and we supposed to increase around 500 kiloton TOE in the target year. And because the waste that when we talk in the context of energy, is mainly for municipal waste. It's just only small amount that's come from industrial waste. So I would like to give you the picture of the situations of municipal waste in Thailand. This is the report from the Pollution Control Department. We found that the amount of municipal waste is slightly declined since 2013, and the directions of waste management tend to be positive. That shown by the increases of recycling and sanitary disposed proportions. And in this report, this also report that there were 7 plants that produce RDF or refuse derived fuel from combustible waste, including non-recycled plastic. That this kind of waste, or is we claim that is that kind of fuel, that there can be a fuel in some industrial, for example, in the cement industry. Although waste has the potential to be an alternative energy resources, the use of waste such as the plastic has significant challenge. This is the dioxin. WHO informed that the dioxin are highly toxic and can cause reproductive and developmental problems, damage the immune system, interfere with hormone, and also cause of cancer. So the dioxin is quite the challenge for us, that how we can use the plastic and safe to the environment and human in the same time. And the formations of dioxin is quite complicated and depend on many factors. By the way, the formations mechanism are generally relevant to most combustion systems in which organic materials is burned with collide with a range of temperature in the range of temperature 200 to 450 degrees Celsius. By this reason, the used waste contain chloride such as plastic needs some appropriate technique, and gasification is one of technology that has been applied. And what is gasification? The gasification technology is the thermochemical process in which the reactions between fuel and the gasification agent take place to produce syngas under absence of oxygen. The syngas is mainly composed of carbon monoxide, hydrogen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, and some hydrocarbons such as the methane. And gasification consists of 3 zones, and you may see in this slide. Okay, and you may see this in the dyeing zone and pyrolysis zone, the fuel or the raw materials such as waste or biomass, and even in the petroleum product will come up in this reactor this way, and the temperature that will increase from room temp to be 400 to 600 degrees Celsius in pyrolysis zone. And after that, the raw material will move to the oxidation zone. In this zone, you may see that the temperature can rising up to 1000 degrees Celsius. And after that, the syngas will come out from the reduction zone. The temperature that's in the reactor is quite high, so that means the dioxin cannot form in this reactor. With the idea of gasification technology, TISTA has been developed 3-stage gasifications in order to minimize the tar content. The tar is the unwanted product that occur during the gasifications. And this reaction zone are disaggregate, and we can control the fuel flow rate and temperature in each zone separately. And this one is shown the drawing of 3-stage gasification that we designed, and the temperature zone that we can control it. You might see that the temperature is in the range of around 400 to 500, and we can increase into over 1000 degrees Celsius. And this slide shows the picture of this 3-stage gasification with 10 tons per day of raw material connecting with 200 kilowatt of this generator that located in Lamtakong research station. In the Lamtakong research station, we have a 3 technology in there, and we call this station that renewable energy demonstration plant from biomass and waste. This slide shows the concept of demonstration plant. You might see that we have 2 kinds of input. The first one is the municipal waste. The waste we can sorting by the sorting system, and the organic waste will separate it, and we will put to the organic decomposer to produce the soil conditioner, and the wastewater from leachate will go to the biogas productions to produce the energy. And the other part is the solid waste that we call RDF will go to the gasifications. And the other one is biomass is quite, you can imagine that the biomass can be the raw material to produce the energy in terms of electricity and heat at will. Okay. This one is the picture of 3 systems that we mentioned before. This one is the waste sorting system, and this one is the biogas productions and gasification. Okay, with this infrastructure, we have conducted many R&D involving renewable energy productions for biomass and waste. Today, I would like to introduce 2 projects that are relevant with energy productions from waste by 3-stage gasifications. And the first project that we use the RDF 5 mixed with biomass or wood chip to be raw material to produce the energy. And the objective of this project is to study the mechanism of RDF mixed with wood chip as raw material in three-stage gasifications to produce the syngas. In this result, we mix the RDF5 with the wood chip is the half, and the fuel flow rate is almost 300 kilogram per ounce. And the gas volume that we got is the almost 400, and the heating value is around 11, and the coal gas efficiency is 62, and the pyrolysis, oxidation, and reduction temperature is according to the design. And the other project that I would like to talk today is about using sterilized medical waste as feedstock in three-stage gasification. Regarding the COVID-19 pandemic situations, the medical waste will dramatically increase, particularly medical masks, single-use PPE, and other equipments. In general, the infectious waste from hospitals, clinic, and healthcare center need to treat it such as sterilized process, and then the sterilized medical waste will be treated similarly as municipal waste by local administrative organizations. However, under COVID pandemic situations, this kind of waste may be objectionable. And this project, we have the objective to study the use of the sterilized medical waste as raw material in three-stage gasifications to producing gas. And you may see in this slide show the result of this project. We decreased the flow rate of feedstock into 150. Is lower than the previous project, because this one we use only waste to be a feedstock, and the waste have a high heating value comparing to the biomass, so that's why we have to reduce the flow rate. And the volume gas is around 400, and the heating value is almost 6, and the coal gas efficiency is 55%. And in these projects show a way to upcycling and useless waste to energy, and the final result of them will support the community power plant of decentralized electricity resources from waste that can located in all area, which has a potential feedstock including remote area. It aligns with SDG 7. That is the ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. And now, before I finish my presentations, I would like to summarize what I talked today. Firstly, I will give you the idea that the role of TISTA or R&D of renewable energy productions to support national energy plan and sustainable development goals. And secondly, I give you the idea of the energy national plan relevant to the alternative energy to use waste as feedstock for produce electricity and heat. And lastly, the research and development on waste via three-stage gasification with a process to support national policy in energy security and environmental friendly context, as well as align with BCG and SDG concept. With our missions and activities, we could be a small path to drive the implementations for achieving the circular economy through science, technology, and innovations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Panida. This is very, very clear presentations. Although I'm not it's very difficult subject for me, but I have in mind also some of the useful questions, but I do not want to speak before the participants. So participants, if you have any queries or questions or clarifications or curiosity, please feel free. This is the opportunity. I mean, TISTA is one of the high-end research institutions in Thailand. They have done a lot of jobs in many sectors, including InnoN, which is related to environment, and they are one of the initiators of many projects in Thailand that can be used in the local area. So this is a good opportunity to copy or to replicate the technologies. So please ask many questions. From the Zoom, anybody would like to raise any questions? Yes, Habib, I saw your push microphone on. Dr. Penida, then I can start. I have, it's very, not very easy subject for me, but I would like to ask the team from TISTA, Dr. Penida team about, so if we develop this machine that we believe that those are the criteria of the numbers that you show, and we sell to the municipalities to buy so that they can run the operation, so that they can reduce waste for their community. Are they be able to afford the price of this machine? Because this machine is so green friendly, environmental friendly, CE friendly. Is that also taking part into the calculations of how this innovation is make good for the worth of the money?
Okay. Thank you for your questions. It's very interesting one. I have to say like this. If you produce the energy in terms of electricity, you can sell it because you can get the price of the raw material as the waste different from the biomass in this part. So that means there are many local administrative organizations that they use the kind of pyrolysis or gasification technology in order to eliminate their waste in the area, and they have the product as the energy, even in the heat or electricity, and they can sell it as well. So they have the income in the reduce the waste in this area in the same time. And if that community cannot affordable for this technology, they can have they have the regulations to allow the public company to run these activities instead of the their own community will run by themselves. I hope this one can answer your question.
This is very important, because at the end of the day, this local government has to buy in and be able to be affordable to appreciate this machine, which is environmental friendly. Yeah. Other questions, please. Maybe colleague from Thailand or colleagues from Nepal, Philippines, and in the class. We are going to organize the short trip to TISTA Center's laboratory. So those who are in Thailand and they are very close to AIT, we will send the letter invitation to you so you can join our team, because we would like to see this as a case study, and we want to promote that circular economy is possible, and how TISTA has been working in a way that also can be localized and also absorbed by the local operators, that it can be also expanded in future. So we are discussing with TISTA in many ways so that we can have this collaboration. So with AIT, we are very close to TISTA. So if anybody interested, we will send you information, or you give email so that we can join the trip together. Okay, one more question, please, if any.
Ask the question.
Of course.
In terms of renewable energy in Thailand, start to increase the in future, in next 20 or 15 years. So there are any case study in Thailand in terms of renewable energy, especially in solar, photovoltaic solar or floating solar plant in Thailand. Thank you.
Sorry, I can't hear. It's quite clear. Could you kindly repeat the questions for me?
Actually, is the solar energy is the prominent issue in the renewable sources of energy in power sectors in the world now. In previously, it is the very limited amount in the solar rooftop solar for land, but in large scale in the world, there is a lot of diverse uses in the, especially in floating solar power plant, and also in the desert area, there also is the large scale solar power plant and grids, and also in the supply the grid in the large scale due to the renewable sources of energy. In Thailand, if there are any specific cases or any plan to introduce these types of solar energy or any case study, that is future sources of renewable energy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Ajahn Panida Kap. So the question is, okay, so we produce electricity from this waste, and solar panels now also very popular, and we can also produce electricity to the main grid as well. So how we are going to how would you recommend the country to look at these two technologies? Which one first? Which one is more appropriate? Because they are coming up to the level that technologies are easy to access.
It's very interesting questions because I have to say this first. I'm a researcher. I'm not a policy maker first. In my opinion, because so far in the ADP plan, the solar is one of the main part of alternative energy that in the plan already. So if you see in my slide, the solar will come more important role in the sharing of the alternative resources. And because in my opinion, the solar is quite easily to achieve the target because we can buy it and install it, that finish. But in case of the other kind of technology, like the biomass or so on, they have to find out the stock, right, and the technology and many things. And in case of solar, that I concern in my personal concern that after 20 years, when we use this and in the lifetime is over, how we deal with the waste from the solar panel. And I think that part is which is concerned. By the way,
yeah.
so far the solar is the easily way to beat alternative resources.
Interesting question and interesting answer. There is a risk of investment and the risk of innovation, fluctuation of the raw material. We never know. So fluctuation of sunlight also could be some problems. Fluctuations of the solid of the waste also could be some problem as well. So I think that is one of the consideration that we would see how we are going to manage the raw materials for this system. I think it's very good. The question also lead to the policy where we are going to address what problem we are going to solve. I mean, say if this machine is putting to solve the problem of cleanliness and the environmental sounds here in a small city, that maybe that solution should be something, trying to reduce the waste and making the waste also useful as the energy. But when the colleagues speak about the power security, electricity security, that maybe another technology would be more appropriate in that way. So I think this is a very good discussion in a way that if the end result has to be clear. And I believe that TISTA, I think we suffer in Thailand about the high cost of the solid waste treatment and how to trade off between the cost and benefit. That's why we are trying to introduce a small scale, and also the community can be used. And 100% is for cleanliness and for good environment and pollution reduced. For the power sector, that perhaps another sector has to look at what is the renewable energy source that can be used. So, but this is something that, you know, the policymaker has to be very clear, and we also can help them to do that. Very interesting questions and presentations. If you like, maybe one more.
Yes.
Yes, please.
I want to tell you example for the presentation. The one observation take note, most especially from my experience working with several developing countries, is the difficulties of transforming waste to energy, because the technology is not easily accessible, and the cost of operation is usually very difficult, and there is no capacity, technical capacity to run these units. So I wanted to find out from the experience of Thailand, how can developing countries, which tools can developing countries leverage in order to manage waste, because waste is a serious issue in developing countries. Of course, I take example in my country, the government had to ban plastic waste, no production of plastic, no importation, because it was a serious problem because they were dumping it. Most, how do they manage with, most often they are just dumped in the site and just cover, and after a while it's a serious problem. And so I really wanted to know, for example, from maybe the success story of Thailand, how they have evolved through these challenges, and what were some of the policies, regulations, or the capacity building that aided them to be able to overcome this challenge. That could be a good tool for developing country to liberation. Thank you.
คำถามยาวอาจารย์ได้ไหมครับ ได้หมดไหมครับ
Thank you for your questions, and I try to answer this question because it's quite interesting. Actually, when we're talking about the waste management, we talking about the money, because we say that the waste is quite they have a we can make the money from the waste. This one is we have to believe in that. But firstly, we have to get the tip fee from the people in the area. If you want to dump your waste, you have to pay the money. This one that every people in Thailand we have to pay is as well. They have the tip fee, and the tip fee that this money the local administrative organizations will use to manage the waste in that area, right? And they can to manage this one by themselves, and it depends on which area. For example, in Bangkok, the Bangkok they have I'm not sure this quite the technology of incinerator technology. They combust the waste and they produce the energy from their own factory, and this one is they can get the money come to the in the metropolitan Bangkok, and this one, and I think this is kind of business. You can run the business if you have the money to manage the waste. And the other context that you have to concern is about the environmental, that you can keep the environment in your area. This one is the cost as well. right? If you not take care or manage the waste in your area, your people in the area is might get the unhealthy. And I'm not sure that I answer
Yes.
question or not.
Yes, yes, Ajahn, 70%. Another point that our colleagues mentioned is about the operation cost of the waste treatment system like this. So how Thailand has been kind of overcome that challenge, that the cost of not knowing how to run the machine, the cost of the machine is broken for a long time and nobody fix it. So how is happening in Thailand is that overcome anything like that?
I think this the operation cost is come from the tax, and actually the income is come from many ways. The first one is tax, and the other one is the tip fee from the people who dump the waste, right? That I already mentioned before, and the other one that's if which communities choose the technology that give them for the income, like the to produce the electricity or the heat, and they have the other income to help their own to manage the waste management in their own area. For example, I would like to share you for the Samui Iceland. I have a chance to be a consultant in the Samui Iceland. In that Samui is the, I think I don't have no idea that you know about the Samui. The Samui is the quite a very famous Iceland for traveling. So they have a quite special constraint because they are an Iceland and they have a beautiful place. So they have a limited space to take care on their own waste. So they have to pack their waste and bring it from their Iceland by boat to dump and in the mainland, and then they have to pay a lot of money to manage their own waste. And this one that have the big problem in Samui. So how they pay the money of that? Because they get the tax and they get the kind of waste tip fee from the resort and hotel in their own area. This one is the way that the Samui manage their own.
Yes.
This one is the example that how they manage, and they try to stop to remove the waste from their Iceland. They try to construct the waste management system in their own area, such as the pyrolysis system, and they have to sorting waste in their own, and they have to and the price that they have to pay is lower than remove the waste from the island.
Yes. So I think the point here is we have to do a lot of calculations. I think the challenge that our colleagues mentioned is also not resolved in many countries, including Thailand. Operation and cost is running high. It depends on municipality as well. And one fact that we all know that the tax that the local government is collecting, they would like to use for investment or some other thing rather than using these machines. So how they are going to making that financial formulation in order to make that be able cost recovery and also the return from that investment there. For the capacity, of course, is very important, especially if the machine is so complicated and we need to have a local government officials who have technical sound to run the machine. So that is also another issue that we may have. And in many subsectors in Thailand, that is the issue. If not only waste, say the rural roads, how to maintain the rural roads by the local municipalities. That is another issue because the gap of the technical capacity is very wide between the national agencies and also the local government agency. So that's always still there. But this is very good sessions and thank you very much. I think, thank you. So the next sessions will be coming from oil and gas sector. And this will be a case study from Petroleum Public Company of Thailand, Global Chemical. And we have Dr. Pishayanin here to present the case study.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today. Actually, it's my first time to do something like this. Like I have a green screen in my back and also virtual meeting and also on-site conference. Anyways, I'm a representative from PTT Global Chemical. Actually, we are a chemical company, integrated chemical company, and we have integrated the circular economy concept in our business operations. Yeah, so today I'm going to share what GC has been doing so far in terms of the circular economy in actions. Okay. All right. I think everyone knows what circular economy is, right? It evolved from linear economy to circular economy, from take, make, use to take, make, use, and recycle to take resources back into the loop. Actually, it has like symbol in total 4 steps. The first one, we take raw materials from the nature, from the environment. For GC, we concern on 2 types of materials. The first one is recyclable materials, mainly plastic, glass, aluminum, and bio-based materials like sugarcane, palm, and cassava. These the renewable materials are very important in current situation and in the future, right? And then the second step is production. We need to maximize resource utilization, minimize environmental impact. For example, we need to concern more on energy conservation, to reduce waste from our operation, to use renewable energy, and to use eco-friendly design, both for production process and for product. And in terms of use stage, we need to maintain the most efficient use, as we are all a consumer, right? We need to concern that we need to utilize the use of everything in our daily life. And we can use the sharing platform that has been like been focused a lot lately. For example, there are many platforms like for example Airbnb, right, and sharing vehicles, those kind of things. And the last stage is separate and recycle. We need to turn waste to resource for higher circularity. And today I'm going to share these 4 steps of GC. A case study of plastic and circular economy. GC is the producer of plastic resins and chemicals. So I raised this plastic case study for the examples of this presentation. So we know that plastic is like in every process of our daily life, in every industry, every company, or I think every single person needs plastic in their life, because it's invented for our convenience, our better quality of life, and it also helps protect and prevent spread of pathogens. For example, for COVID, the mask that we use is like it consists of plastic, or in medical devices, it also made from plastic. And moreover, plastic also causes less environmental impacts comparing to other materials. For example, in terms of volume, plastic required less production volume for production comparing to other materials. And in terms of greenhouse gas emission, it emits less greenhouse gas emissions in the whole life cycle comparing to other materials. But the problem comes. So in the past, we used linear economy, and plastic itself cannot manage by the nature. Therefore, there are a lot of plastic waste concerns and also the leakage concern. You can see from the right-hand side of this picture, the gray part. Can I use this? Yeah, the gray part. You can see that 45% of plastic is sent to landfill. Actually, it needs to be recycled, but only 6 to 7% is recycled. However, if we apply the circular economy concept, it can reduce plastic waste generation. If we separate it correctly at the first stage, before we throw away, we just need to separate it to the plastic bin or recyclable bin. It reduces the leakage to the environment. It reduces the amount of virgin feedstock used, and also reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And you can see from the picture that if we decrease the amount of the gray area, we send less plastic to landfill, but we recycle more. We increase the rate of separate and recycle. That would help a lot for our environment and our society. And to support policies from the government is needed on the circular economy, production, consumption for plastic industry. For example, the EPR, the color plastic bottle ban, the use of bio-based plastic. It can start from packaging to use recycled plastic packaging. So the whole supply chain and procurement need to be highlighted. Production, process, and standards should be enforced. Product standards, disposal and management process or system, and also the end-of-life evaluation. Everything needs to come in the systematic form or system. Let me briefly introduce about GC. GC is working very hard on sustainability, and we have been ranked in terms of sustainability from DJSI, or the rater, the international rater, to be #1 in chemical sector for 3 consecutive years. We are also the first company in Thailand to get the UNGC lead level. We also get the award, the only company in Asia from this sector, from Sustainability Award Gold Class. Also award in terms of climate and water. And also we are the largest producer in terms of bioplastic in the world, in PLA and PBS bioplastic. We have 5 business units from upstream to downstream. And we have more than 42 international operating sites worldwide. And we focus on balanced business strategies among ESG, environmental, social, and governance. This is to ensure that the company is operating in terms of sustainability. We need to balance the impact or the outcome in terms of the environment, economic, and society. We apply the concept of circular economy to our business, and we have the GC Circular Economy Framework. This is to maximize or generate benefits from the resource utilization, and also produce less waste generation from manufacturing process, as well as waste generation issues, and also the greenhouse gas emissions reduction. The circular economy framework for our company has 3 elements. The first one is smart operating. This is to enhance business effectiveness in terms of plant operation. The second one is responsible carrying. We need to produce the eco-friendly products to the consumer. And the last one is loop connecting. We connect all the stakeholders in the value chain to collaborate with us, to have the initiative together, and finally to turn back the resource into the loop to be raw materials again. In terms of smart operating, we reduce the greenhouse gas emissions from our operating axis by applying the 5 R's concept, right? You can see we focus on efficiency improvement, the integration of the plant in Rayong province. We minimize the flare that emits from our plant. We apply and adapt technology to be used in our operating processes. And lastly, we use the renewable energy instead of fuel-based energy. The second one is responsible carrying. We try to move our business operation towards low carbon and eco products business to offer solutions that embed eco design principle and to create more sustainable end products. You can see that there are performance products. So we produce plastic resins that has high performance with many technologies inside. We produce recycled resin to reduce the use of virgin material. We produce bio-based plastic or bio-based chemical, even fuel, to ensure that the raw material is renewable. And lastly, we also have design, service, and consultation. And below is the standard and product label that ensures that our products are environmentally friendly and safe. These are the examples of the end products that our plastic resins or chemicals are used in many applications. And these products are produced under the concept of the circular economy. In terms of loop connecting, how GC turns all the resources or the used plastic back into the loop. We have, for example, U-turn platform. This is the end-to-end waste management platform that everyone can be a part of. For example, we have plastic waste drop point provided in many areas, especially in Bangkok and vicinity areas in Rayong province for people to drop used plastic. We have logistics and sorting services. And lastly, we send those collected plastic waste to recycling plant or our converter. Currently, we have more than 120 locations of drop points. So far, we could manage more than 300 tons of plastic waste in these 1.5 years. And also, we reduce greenhouse gas emission more than 700 tons. We collaborate with all generations, for example, from children, college students, communities, country. I'm not sure if AIT also have any part of the physical collaboration, but so far GC also collaborate in terms of organizing meeting, conference, or providing the materials in terms of content of circular economy for like a few years so far. And we apply the U-turn platform in this engagement. And lastly, GC also have a recycling business unit, as we have a recycling plant to produce recycled plastic resin. It is the first high quality plant, recycling plant, as we can produce very high quality recycled plastic resin. Like it can be the food contact packaging, like we can produce plastic bottle for drinking water from recycled resin. And so far the capacity is like 55,000 tons a year. And to ensure and enhance our sustainability implementation, to create more value, we transit it from circular economy to decarbonization. As everyone knows that climate action is very important for us, for everyone, to generate or emit less greenhouse gas towards the low carbon emissions goal or net zero goal. GC also have that goal. So we aim to be a net zero company by the year 2050. And our implementation or decarbonization pathways consist of 3 levers. The first one is efficiency driven, then portfolio driven, and compensation driven. The efficiency driven mainly is focused on maximizing efficiency across all operating assets. Portfolio driven is like we are moving towards business portfolio adjustment towards low carbon and eco products. And compensation driven, as everyone knows, that petrochemical industry generates a lot of greenhouse gas. So we need to find more technologies to capture and offset the carbon by using technological approach like carbon capture, carbon utilization, and also the nature-based solution, for example, for forestation. And in terms of investment, we plan to invest about $5 billion for investing in reduce and eliminate greenhouse gas in the next 30 years, and $22 additional billion for invest in the portfolio adjustment towards low carbon and eco product businesses. In terms of success factors in driving industry to apply or adopt the circular economy concept, the first thing is we need to be ready. We need to understand ourselves first. We need to understand what type of volume or what we need to start by applying the circular economy concept in our company. And then we need to understand the key or target markets. For example, GC, we need to produce or move towards low carbon business. We cannot depend on using fossil fuel anymore. We need to shift ourselves to renewable resources, for example. And we also need to understand the availability of resource. The second key factor is we need to use technology and innovation in our business operation. So we need to access the technology and innovation that are suitable for ourselves, suitable for our industry. We need to also develop the new technologies in terms of reducing the cost. And we also need to develop the products to create more revenue and to enhance the value of our products and services. And the third factor is to concern about the supports from the government, like for the policy or the engagement from our business partners or the stakeholders. policy and financial support is very important, and it's the key factor that we need to be aligned our operations with. And also applying the circular economy concept and to expand our collaboration. We cannot do it alone. We need a collaboration from the stakeholders to move towards to step forward to the common goal, to the mutual benefits. Those are the key factors. And actually, circular economy model, it generates more economic value, not only for the chemical sector, but for every industry. For example, it creates new economic growth. It creates a sustainable economic development. And lastly, it helps to get the successful collaboration. So actually, moving to the low carbon economy or to the net zero goal, one side is the circular economy implementation. And the second part is to tackle the climate change with the actions that fit with our type of organization, our company. And that is all for my presentation, and any questions are welcome. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if there's any question from Zoom. Do you need to check from the screen or? Does the public participate voluntarily or? Currently, the public participate voluntarily, and we also have campaign, for example, to turn PET bottles to PPE gown that used during the COVID pandemic in last year. That is a lot of interest from the public, and we were quite successful in that campaign. In Thai, we call it "Yak Khwat Choi Mo." And currently, we don't have the incentive for that, but we are currently developing the digital platform for this U-turn platform. So everyone can download the application and get points or redeem some goods back. And Habib is raising his hand. Okay. And how should I do?
Thank you for your nice presentation. Is there any study?
Can you
Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Is there any study regarding the industry of recycling industry? The amount of pollution occurred by the recycling industry. Is there any study or is there any data about it?
Actually, there is a study, but it's we did internally. Yeah, that's why we launched the new business that I just talked earlier, the recycling plant. We collected used plastic from Thailand only and turned those plastic waste into resins. So the study gave like very good outcome in terms of financial study and feasibility study. Mm-hmm.
may I want to clear one thing that I want to know the pollution occurred by the recycling industry, the recycling plastic recycling industry, which are recycled and recycling the plastic products which are used. Is there any data those industry are polluted or eco-friendly industry? Recycling industry are eco-friendly or not? If is not fully eco-friendly, then how much amount of pollution occurred through this industry?
Actually, every industry emits greenhouse gas, but as I said that we use a lot of technologies to reduce the emissions, and also actually we apply many technologies and innovation from the start, like before collecting feedstock or transporting to the plant and inside our operating process. So we try very hard and put a lot of effort in every process of our operation to reduce or minimize the generation of waste and also greenhouse gas. So in this case, we can say that it's eco-friendly under the use of technology. And also the product that we produce is
Thank you.
also eco-friendly. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Any more questions?
So much for this. You said your company produces bioplastic, right?
Yeah.
So my question is, what is the market value of this bioplastic that you produce compared to the petroleum-based plastic in the market? Thank you.
Market value, you mean?
Yes.
Right now, the market value for bio-based plastic is, I can say that it's not that high comparing to the petroleum-based plastic, because one, the raw material is more expensive, and we need a lot of orders in terms of, like, for example, mass production to be fit in the economy of scale. That's why there is concern that bioplastic is expensive. But if everyone use, for example, single-use plastic, we use bio-based packaging instead of virgin materials. And another factor is the support from the government, for example, incentive to boost market demand, both from consumer and also some incentive from the producer like us. I think that would be the good starting point to use more bioplastic. One, it helps reduce plastic waste problem. Second, market value and market ecosystem for bioplastic will be better. And lastly, I think it can uplift the business in terms of agricultural sector, as we can use the raw material that is produced in Thailand, for example. So the farmers and the local producers can get benefits in that area as well. So I think market value depends. Right now, it's not that good, but if every party, every sector joins and move towards the same goal, I think this help a lot in terms of plastic issues, plastic waste issues, and environmental impacts. And to add more details on the answer, and we can move the petroleum based plastic to more durable products. So the concern on single-use plastic waste problem will be less and less. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pishayanan.
So we will finish by in the next half an hour. So we will bring you into a groups again. And at this point of time, we would like to record. We would like to keep notes of the number one is now let's see what next. From your general view, what would be next? What will be the next? What will be the next theme? What will be the key areas that policy has to address? It could be the key area, which is technical aspects, or maybe the key area on the management aspects that the policy makers would like to see. That is the first question. So what are the key policies area that you think from your view, from your group, that what will be the important one? And number two, in order to achieve that, who will be the key actors that is getting involved? The reasons that I put this question, because I just want to, kind of internalize that we cannot work alone as a technologists or innovators or scientists or engineer or thing like that, but anything else that we should consider in order to get the collective effort and decisions in order to move forward this circular economy. For example, today we talk about finance. Today we talk about the private sector. We talk about many things. We discuss about the academics relationship. We discuss about researcher and so on and so forth. We talk about Ministry of Finance, these things. So what else that we can, bring in to be able to let them contribute so that the circular economy is multi-sectoral. So I need your help for all the benefit of everybody, just to address these two questions and then present short presentation. And I think by 4:30 we can conclude and we can collect this as the raw material. So I will count 1, 2, 3, and then in this room, we can have two groups as the same. And then for the participant in the Zoom, we can also have the group over there. So now 1, 2, 3, go. Let's hear from the Zoom groups. I'm not sure whether everybody here. Yeah, 32. So let's hear from the Zoom groups. The Zoom group has 3, so we will listen to all of them. Let's start one group from Zoom. Colleagues, and then we start from our side. So which group from Zoom side would like to start? I saw Dr. Zakir Hussain is here joining us, Anil Kumar, many. Okay, please. Very nice.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Is my voice clear?
Here we go. Please say something.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what Group 2 has come up with in the past 15 minutes. So thank you, Group 2 members, for the productive 15-minute session. So in terms of the key CE policy areas, first one is on financing or economic instruments, like what would be the, say, tax incentives or other financial incentives that we can offer to further encourage and speed up the transition to circular economy. Second is on capacity building for all stakeholders. So we all know there's an increasing awareness right now in terms of environmental consciousness, but more than awareness, it should be understanding, a deeper understanding of the repercussions, of the long-term effects of of the decisions that we make today, of the activities that we do today. Next is on resource conservation, or limiting the extraction of raw materials or our natural resources. And the next bullet is also aligned with that, promoting recycling, developing a market for recycled products or the recovered materials. In some areas, the virgin raw materials cost lower than the secondary materials, which is why some manufacturers prefer to use virgin rather than secondary materials. So if there's an improvement in the market value of recyclables or recovered materials. And next is regulating waste management, improvements in waste management to encourage recycling rather than final disposal, because in some countries, final disposal is an acceptable waste management method. So probably a need for shifting the perspective that final disposal is maybe not an option, and we can always find some way to recycle our wastes. Next is on EPR. I'm not sure if others are familiar with this, but in other countries, they have this extended producer's responsibility. So this is when a manufacturer is somehow responsible until the end of life of its products. So this is applied, for example, in beverage bottles, wherein bottles are returned back to the manufacturers and the consumer gets some money out of that for returning that. In car batteries, when you return the busted car batteries, in some countries for lamp wastes, when they deposit their lamp waste back to the manufacturer, the consumers get some money out of that. So it improves waste collection and improves also the circularity of a certain consumer product. And finally, public procurement, because infrastructure is a big chunk of it is public infrastructure. So the government should integrate sustainability criteria in a lot of developing countries. Cost is the primary criteria, so sustainability criteria is usually set aside. But if government really wants CE to scale up, they should walk the talk. They should lead as example and integrate sustainability into public procurement. So that's for the first question. And second is basically we've included almost all of the players across the supply chain of a certain product or service. So we start with the government. They develop the policies, regulations, product standards, and of course enforce this. Second is for the general public. So to get their support and also them being more aware can force or drive the private sector to implement CE. They can offer more eco-friendly products, and then the production side will adjust based on the demand of the consumer side. Next is, admittedly, we need, these are key players, the multilateral and bilateral, since most countries need technical and financial assistance. So we have UN, GIZ, ADB, World Bank, and similar agencies. Next is on NGOs, youth organizations, and other civic groups, primarily for information, education, and communication campaigns or awareness raising, as well as for capacity building. Another one is for academe, a very critical role in terms of research and development or innovative technologies. And finally, for the industries and the private sector to design their product or service for circularity perspective. So that's it from Group 2.
Thank you. May, can you move? Can you show your slide again?
Apendra?
Yeah, and on the first points list, for the first list, may I ask where you are working?
I work currently for a local consultancy firm in the Philippines.
Okay.
Yeah, and we assist the government in terms of policy development and implementation. At the same time, we assist private sectors, mostly power plants, in terms of environmental management.
Fine. Actually, I should not ask only May, but I should ask all the members of Group 2, but I don't have time. My point is, your bullet points, the second bullet points from Dow EPR,
Yeah.
is the topics of the first web dialogue that will happen in August with UNEP on C circular. So your group has presented this, and this, you hit it, right? So this is very important. So that's why, this forum is very interesting, and the point on EPR is the issues that the international organization like UN agency would like to address for our countries. So mark these topics, and this will be the first topic that I know in the list of the UNEP. EPR is the first web dialogue that we will organize in August, coming in the next 2 months. All right. So we will keep contact with you and also let you know what else we have to do. And so from our point of view, the reason that I asked where May is coming from, so we would like to also, invite some thoughts for perhaps the preparations of this web dialogue, and that thought can be also given to UNEP. And at the same time, we can also expand the network of the people who can also join in that forum to give some input. So this is something very interesting and very good. And I think the list is very comprehensive and also allow us to not forget any sector. Thank you so much, Group A, Group 1, Group 2. Okay, so next group, please.
May I present, sir?
Yes, Alina. You looks good.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Can you make it bigger? Your paper? Yes. Yeah, you can put the plus point, or you can increase the font size, no problem.
For the first question, key policy areas that can produce immediate result that help to scale up our CE for sustainable infrastructure. Here are some points such as awareness campaign, encouraging the communities to participate in the 3Rs practices, also encouraging the policies and strategies for reuse, repair, and remanufacturing, also encouraging innovative procurement and green procurement, also higher taxation on the non-sustainable infrastructural goods and services, public procurement priorities for sustainable infrastructure companies, also national recognition for best sustainable infrastructure practices, which encourage the people to do more about on the sustainable infrastructure, encouraging the research and universities on green design and cost-effective technologies, also providing incentive-based practices for CE, circular economy, include the circular economy requirement in the factory law, and placing circular economy as part of national industrial standard development. Similarly, for the question 2, the key stakeholder who can contribute to its success are public or local communities, researcher and universities, educator and teachers, international and national organization, policymaker, government and business organization, and inventors. Thank you.
Yes, so what your group means, inventor? Can you explain? Inventor.
Inventor as in innovating a new kind of technologies. For example, the plastic converted to make a road. It's a new invention, so something like that.
So somebody that join your team and have a creative idea, right?
Yes, sir.
that also that creative idea can also pitch some businesses and also some good things out of it. Yeah. And another point that I just want to highlight here, I think it's covered very nicely. And one thing is about the CE standard. That bit's also very interesting to have a close look. I think we have discussed a lot on the compliance, and we are when we are looking at this, we are looking for the guidelines. We are looking for what are the procedure that we have to follow, which we think that we are missing. So we can imagine what was happening to the environmental audit, what is happening to a kind of ISO 14,000, so on and so forth. So that kind of thing perhaps is needed in our country. So that is another thing that very things that we have to keep in mind. And I think this presentation also cover communities and other things. So very good. So big hands to this group. Very important. So next, please. So one more group from the Zoom participants, if you have. Okay, so then we can maybe have one group from on this side to present, if there is no other group from the Zoom. So maybe yes, please, sir.
So we think we believe circular economy, which we have been discussing since morning, is very important subject, and each country or each region has a specific way they have to implement their own policy. So it varies by countries, and each country has to adapt per what suit them, depending on their resources, depending on how people consume products and how recycling is being done and other. So we think many of the points have been mentioned. If I have to add, we think that strict rules on resource management, that's extraction, need to be really followed up. I will take a case study in my country, for example. Most of the areas that are endowed with natural resources, forestry, mines, because of high rate of extraction, the government had to move in to conserve those areas. And so you realize that industries, they always look for cheaper options. So if there's a strict rules on resource management, they will now fall back on secondary resources. Like they'll start looking like options like to recycle, to reuse, proper management would follow. So another key point area is capacity building, especially in countries that are lacking in capacity for circular economy management, like on how to reuse, repair, recycle. Technology promotion is very important. Not every country have the same. Then also strengthen cooperation between member states, because if a country is implementing a policy and another country is lagging behind, an investor will rush into the other country and take advantage. We think that. Then incentives too, the government have to work on incentive and maybe a social tax for financing circular economic programs.
It can be like something like a voluntary, like what happened in the United States, that's that energy efficiency, energy labeling. Then later on, it came as a law. So you have a specific energy you must use. And so if we implement that, we think that it will go a long way to this incentive. We say everybody can contribute, say 4 baht or 2 baht in Thailand. It will go a long way to finance circular economic programs. The key stakeholders within manufacturing industries, because they already have the experience, they have the technology, they can innovate. And so they are most needed to be in this, like to develop like new innovation, how we can manage, how we can reuse, how we can make products sustainable. Government too, government and international organization, they are the key pilot stakeholders that comes out with policies, regulation, and backing. Local municipality authorities, research centers, educational institute. There could be some kind of a curriculum that could, even from the kindergartens, on start raising awareness for the mindset of how we consume, how we reuse, how we recycle. So the mindset can be implemented right from the younger youth right up to the university level, and also clubs that can promote circular economy, sustainability and all that. So we think those are the key points we came out with, which we think if this area is considered, they will have a resourceful impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so the previous groups and your groups also hit the points of the capacity building. And I forgot to let you know that Cheng is also looking after the concept node to establish the Center of Excellence for Circular Economy in the ASEAN region. So Cheng actually is looking for the concept node from our team, how this organization would look like, that they can serve in terms of the capacities and competencies of the people on the CE. That is the interest of Cheng team in Geneva, and in the later stage, I think Cheng would submit this to his boss in Geneva about how this called the knowledge hub could be created. So our job at AIT here is to propose to Cheng by the end of this month how the center look like and what is inside the centers, as so-called you call the curriculum, or what is the learning activity over there. So this is something realistic and something that is not far from possibility. Actually, the wavelength that you have and the wavelength that the UN has is very similar. So I'm glad to hear that. So next presentations from here. Thank you very much for that point.
Good afternoon. The first issue is the cleaner circular economy policy, which provide us the immediate result of the sustainable infrastructure. Our group summarizes the all policy in the topics, like one is the cleaner production. Today morning, our resource person firstly discussed this cleaner production. Cleaner production is that reduce the energy consumption, reduce the waste, and but production should be the equal to previous amount. And cleaner production also reduce the emission, reduce the pollution, reduce the consumption, but also we use the reuse the secondary materials, not the initial raw materials. Most of the cases we use the secondary materials. Secondly, we find out the characteristic policy. Characteristic policy is that everybody will know that stick policy, government and authority has the some rules and regulation which have to follow the general people, industrialists and all people, and they have to have some incentives, which is called the carrot policy. Some incentive also, and some award for this. And most important issue is this: everybody from industry or individual should habituated in the reduce the consumption. Consumption should be reduced in energy, should be used the food consumption. Every consumption should be reduced up to the required level, not the waste. That means control the waste. The second question was the key stakeholder. There is a lot of key stakeholder in this sector, but we summarize the whole stakeholder within 4 groups. Like the firstly, government should have some rules and regulation, and who should monitoring the all rules following. And then organizations, it should be non-government organization or a government organization. Then the civil society have an important issue is that they can the individual and society awareness build up. Finally, it is all success or any rules and regulation come from the individual awareness. That's all. This is our thank you.
Thank you very much. So the one more Zoom group, you would like to present or not? Never mind. If we don't have time, so we can keep it there. And you can, if you have the material, you can send to us for your result. So I would like to close the session today by thanking you all again. And this is a very fantastic day again for us that we have your participation, and also we got new information on the sustainable consumptions and also finance, and also what can be done in terms of the making the thing is more, circularity. All right. So somebody said that circularity is not the new things. So we have to look at how it is making it more solid and also implementable. And the third thing I think is very important that when we have a kind of projection on the screen on the SDG. So to me, SDG is very helpful because SDG is allow us to have a mind map of possibility of making link to whatever domains of SDG numbers into the CE. So I think this is something that we take away, and perhaps that can also solve our mind block in a way that, yes, why not we use SDG to think beyond the box of the connecting the CE into the implementable one. So very useful input from yourself. I'm really highly appreciate, and we value your inputs. We definitely take your input very seriously to the next step of the things that we have worked with the UNEP in the way forward. And tomorrow we have 2 more sessions. One will be speak about the green buildings. I mean the green infrastructures. I forgot the title, but this is something about the green buildings. and also the livable cities, the case from Singapore. The first case is from UNEP and Singapore. So please stay tuned and please don't miss the session tomorrow afternoon. We start at 2 p.m. Bangkok time. All right, so please fill in the place and also ask your friend to fill in. Tomorrow we want to see maximum people because it's the last day, and we would like to get your feedback from your evaluation of this program so that we can use that information to adjust the next program that we will have with the web dialogue with the UNEP. So tomorrow we would need your help also to be fill in the class and also give us the evaluation form. And the things that we have to do, what I will do tomorrow, we have no more exercise. But I will put this list down from day one to today, and let's screen quickly. And what else that you would like to add there? Because we are going to use this as a starting paper that belong to everybody to perhaps look at what are the areas that we have the vehicle now, UNEP, to push forward in different ways. So it is very important as far as the UNEP will be with us until December this year. So the next one is, as I said, C circular. So it's very important, and everybody are inviting. I mean, will be freely to participate. So that's for today. Needless to say, thanks, big thanks a lot for everybody. See you tomorrow, 2 p.m. by Zoom only. Don't come to the place, by Zoom, 2 p.m. Bangkok time. Many come and say goodbye tomorrow. Yes, it's not the last day, but it's starting of the next relationship. Thank you. See you.